Chapter 779. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, He Langzi was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain. He could not move at all. He Langzi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baixing's hands were hanging down. He stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling He Langzi. One move, just one move, and He Langzi could not retaliate. Shui Songzi's eyes were filled with shock. He Qing squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly, what immortal killer move is this? With just one use, He Langzi could not even use a single killer move. He Langzi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. He Langzi gritted his teeth. He laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baixing, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baixing snorted in disdain, looking down at He Langzi as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage. As a demonic path Gu Immortal, you don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baixing paused. His tone was cold as ice. Right now, I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. He Langzi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. He Langzi felt his body relax. He laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly, it dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter loudly. He Langzi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Shui Songzi and He Qing quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baixing's position was the closest. Seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Langzi's attack did not surprise him. Boom! Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its 4 paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Langzi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Baixing and yelled, "This move again. What kind of move is this? It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baixing chuckled. This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Langzi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me, or die. Facing such a powerful Qin Baixing, He Langzi fell into silence. He Qing and Shui Songzi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Zhouge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Zhouge, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. No, we have already obtained a lot of information. Feng Zhouge chuckled. Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Jinyang Tower incident. Lord Zhouge is right. Towards Feng Zhouge's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Feng Zhouge thought about it before saying, we will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet? Old Ancestor Shui who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Ping King. Li Ping King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future, and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me, your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other peak lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Ping King out of the hall. Li Ping King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast Group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Ping King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shuehu in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shuehu turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter, that is why you feel that I am too harsh on these peak lords. I searched Ma Hongyun's soul, and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Ping King's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other peak lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing. The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck, we will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old Ancestor Shuehu explained in detail. As the second peak lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance. Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Shuehu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hongyun as the main material. To refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Shuehu nodded, so in this Gu refinement. Not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hongyun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials, it is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This goo refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wan Shou was frowning with worry. Old Ancestor Shuehu smiled. He held her waist and consoled, "Wife, are you worried that the goo refinement will fail?" Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. "Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me." "Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine, regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level, I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling heaven goo is my hope, sigh, I hope I can make it in time." Old Ancestor Shuehu sighed deeply. "Fong Yuan, bring down that chest of goods." The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. "Yes." Fong Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skinned fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. "This kid actually has strength path cultivation level, I was wrong about him." Seeing Fong Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. "No, I promise second young master, I cannot fail like this." Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fong Yuan's back. Slap! The clothes on Fong Yuan's back were instantly torn, a deep whip mark was left on Fong Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind, Fong Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated, his memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fong Yuan's heart, but Fong Yuan quickly suppressed it. "What are you dilly-dallying for, move faster." The caravan steward scolded Fong Yuan for no reason. Fong Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm, it was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fong Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. "I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm, I am finally about to succeed." Fong Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fong Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack, his efforts were in vain. Fong Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm, he was still in Dang Hun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation, old ancestor Shui who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain blessed land, it was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fong Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fong Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Fong Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed, he would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fong Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fong Yuan quickly calmed his mind, using the dream path mortal goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path mortal goo, because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fong Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine dream path mortal goo. But with the increase of dream path mortal goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine Gu. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough Dream Path Mortal Gu. Using these Dream Path Mortal Gu and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Feng Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside. She was gathering Gu refinement materials for old ancestor Xuehu. When she heard of Feng Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Xuehu's punishment, returning to the third peak. After seeing Feng Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret. She told Feng Yuan about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian'er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal Gu in Imperial Court Blessed Land even though she was immortal. Feng Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal Gu as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Feng Yuan's expectations. Even so, Feng Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Feng Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Feng Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short, the number of Dream Path Mortal Gu is limited. 20 to 30%, what happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit, after Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Feng Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Feng Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Feng Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Feng Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the Dream Path Mortal Gu in his mind. These Mortal Gu were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical Gu formation. After activating them, the Gu formation activated. At the final step, Feng Yuan used Green Grape Immortal Gu to activate Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the Dream Path Gu formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Feng Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal Killer Move, unravel dream. A loud sound resounded in Feng Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Feng Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, he was in a hole. I have entered He Lulan's dream realm. Feng Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding in his heart, he turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hole. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe, they were treating a young Gu master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. Young Master He Qing, please have a toast. He Qing was sitting at the front on the left, he raised the cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Qing's generous wine bill. He Qing cupped his fists, his tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Feng Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself, he found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with woodpath mortal Gu, there were quite a number of them. Feng Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 woodpath healing Gu master. Feng Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his forte, and he was a healing Gu master. He sighed internally, consoling himself, this is not my dream realm after all, as an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is. Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall, she was wearing a maid's clothing, her face resembled He Lulan's, she was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura, her aura was very different. It's Su Xian. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, he immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty, Su Xian carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry, are you blind, go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first. Su Xian replied softly, she walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xian's face. Only after the wine was poured, did he realize it. Looking at Su Xian's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up, I have not asked for young lady's name. Su Xian turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice, my name is Su Xian. Su Xian. Xian. He Qing muttered. Only after Su Xian entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Ha ha ha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. Xian is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day, thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter. So that's it. He Qing muttered, he drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Qing was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Qing in a secret room. Tribe leader. Are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness, so what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest, there will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Su tribe leader looked around, seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions, he said fiercely, the matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Su tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily. Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That Hei Qing lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elder said. Killing Hei Qing is not easy. Don't look at how Hei Qing is alone, there are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force, and Hei Qing has outstanding talent, thus he has 5 guards. Su tribe leader said the information he received. Fong Yuan was also among them. He understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord Tribe Leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed. He quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fong Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing gu master. He had weak offense and defense, thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night, the night winds were howling. A Hei tribe rank 3 gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Su tribe has such guts, you actually dared to touch my Hei tribe's young master Hei Qing. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the Hei tribe gu master. Only Fong Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found Hei Lulan, it seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the gu master in front of me to enter the third scene. Fong Yuan thought as he activated his woodpath gu worms to heal the gu masters on his side. At first, Hei tribe's gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fong Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, Hei tribe's gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fong Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. Chapter 781. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing Hei tribe's gu masters charging over, Su tribe's 2 gu masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. Hei tribe's gu masters had strong battle strength. Even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the medicine hall, Fong Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Su clan gu masters could only hope that Fong Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since Hei tribe's gu masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing gu master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run. Hold on for a few breaths of time, we'll be there soon. Hei tribe's gu master quickly closed the distance between him and Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Su tribe gu masters behind him to feel anxious. Fong Yuan didn't panic at all and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered Hei Lulan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Undo. Fong Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the Hei tribe gu master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the Hei tribe gu master's heart, his body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Fong Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The 2 Su clan gu masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily. This is not worth mentioning. One of the Gu masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. We killed him in one move. If we had known this, why would we have risked our lives? Another Gu master sighed. His tone was complex, there was joy and some resentment. All right, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill He Qing. Fang Yuan reminded. Su tribe's two Gu masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Fang Yuan's killer move. The three of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the two Su tribe Gu masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Fang Yuan, the Su clan's patriarch, and the other two. He chased in the direction where He Qing escaped. I see him, we will be able to catch up to He Qing after going over that hill. While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative Gu and said. I already said, he is hit by my tracking Gu, no matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run. The battle hall elder said proudly. The academy elder died in battle, we have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The academy elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xian'er dared to betray our clan and help that He Qing escape, she is truly unforgivable. Saying so, Su tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Su Xian'er is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules. Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, Clan leader is wise. Wise? He. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what Gu worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Qing. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, he still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. Two more mysterious Gu masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's Gu masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe Gu master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped, he had a bad feeling. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here, there was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Qing. He Lulan. As a healing Gu master, Fang Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader. Seeing the Gu master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Su tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fang Yuan. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream, thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. Hey Lulan, it is me, Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, he shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fong Yuan did not care about his thoughts, with a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Fong Yuan shouted and exposed Fong Yuan's identity. Fong Yuan. He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression, before her eyes shone with a fierce light, get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fong Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel dream." Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the two Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present, they stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone, she was extremely wary of Fong Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan. Fong Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream, she was dreaming, unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Qing. Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go, they had no choice but to follow. He Qing seemed to be injured, he was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fong Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Qing and Su Xian. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xian did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation, how can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xian with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Fong Yuan got closer as Su Xian shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Chang's head. With a loud sound, He Chang's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, He Qing, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fong Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Su tribe leader and He Qing were chatting and drinking, the atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, young master He Qing, please have a toast. He Qing was sitting at the front on the left, he raised his cup with both hands, thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation, the three scenes are repeating continuously. Fong Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Fong Yuan felt bitter, this is troublesome, He Lulan is already in the dream, she did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fong Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain blessed land. He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood, so it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm, using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Feng Yuan was one step ahead and killed He Qing, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely, it caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change, did Feng Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Feng Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Feng Yuan's soul was heavily injured, he did not dare to stay for long, he could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward? He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Feng Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. GUH. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook, she opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless, I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang Tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yong frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone, to think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 Love Gu from Shao Tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm. Sigh, dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lon Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread all over the world, it was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fongming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal goo. And they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with dream path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious, the difficulty of dream path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where dream path goo worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of dream path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Feng Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture, they could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results, more than 10 dream path mortal goo. But among these results, there were very few dream path mortal goo that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products, they were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every goo immortal could do it, they needed talent and ability. In this aspect, goo immortals who followed the rules were mediocre, they did not have the spirit to innovate, they could not even compare to mortal goo masters. Tang family had many goo immortals, but only Tang Fongming was suitable for this. These 10 or so dream path mortal goo were mostly created by him. One could say, he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fongming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fongming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fongming's injuries were protected by the clan's goo immortals. But his soul was in the dream realm, it had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's goo immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other, one of them said with difficulty, we can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts goo left in the market. We can no longer buy them. Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, what is going on? The goo immortal who spoke earlier answered, you know, there is only one seller of guts goo, it is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though guts goo are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need. Guts goo was the #1 method to strengthen the soul, it did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world, he was right. To Tang Fongming, guts goo was a life-saving method. If there are no guts goo, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious, her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held on to a sliver of hope as she asked, why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market? This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke, we have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit. But the other party did not reply. Recently, Fong Ming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining guts goo in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the guts goo are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left. Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before guts goo appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fongming alive. But now, Tang Fongming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless, his recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without guts goo, Tang Fongming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the goo immortals in front of her. I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines. You can't say that. What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang clan has been keeping Fongming alive. We have put in so much effort, we have paid a huge price, you are one of the people involved, you have seen it all. Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples, he was not making empty promises, his words were true and logical. I don't care. Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship, these Tang clan goo immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fongming became a goo immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage goo master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang clan. Tang clan's goo immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fongming. Eventually, Tang clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fongming's return. Compared to a goo immortal, so what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fongming judged the situation and joined Tang clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a goo immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother, she was still biased against Tang clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights, there are only 3 ways to deal with Fongming. Which 3 ways? Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fongming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fongming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal goo that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fongming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator White Sea Shatua. First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. I need to consider this, elders, please leave. The goo immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete, brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Shatua might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing, even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Shatua sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you. Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. I have already used it so many times. This guts goo is truly a top-quality goo for strengthening the soul. In He Lolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time. He breathed in deeply, he felt refreshed, the dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. Land Spirit, where is it? Fong Yuan called. Master, Master, are your injuries completely healed? At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fong Yuan with a swoosh, her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced fanged Fong Yuan slowly nodded. Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation. Little Hu Immortal shook her head. Many things happened, but they are not big matters. A moment later, little Hu Immortal finished her report, but Fong Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while Feng Yang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying crane Little Nine. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections, they kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals, with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding, his reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to Immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Gu immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even combat immortal sects seemed to have become much more low profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fong Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment. He was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fong Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods, he could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural dream path immortal goo. And these dream path immortal goo could be counted on one hand. But I have a dream path immortal killer move, even without a dream path immortal goo, I am far ahead of these forces. Fong Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fong Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Tao, the foundation of one's strength path realm. It had become much more substantial. Especially He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. He was born with a strength path immortal seed. His talent in strength path was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. After Fang Yuan digested her understanding of the Strength Tao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my wisdom path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete wisdom path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced strength path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from combat Immortal sect is too dangerous, it is almost impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shirley's match. Compared to the entire combat Immortal sect, Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's Immortal Killer move, Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching, it was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the Great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Fang Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and combat Immortal sect was too huge, he could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if combat Immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in combat Immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously, they could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plain situation. He had committed a huge crime, he was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Sha Huang. They were not simple, they gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from Little Hu Immortal's report, Northern Plain situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old ancestor Shui who mobilized the number 1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain blessed land strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, this was already known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As the number 1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Baixing had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries, instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, they would get rid of Fong Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance, even if Fong Yuan could escape. He would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fong Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains situation. Taking the initiative and information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself. Even if I obtain news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? That's not right. Fong Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength. Only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fong Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fong Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fong Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fong Yuan's vision turned blurry. Intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fong Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Fong Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement Immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle Strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu all the way to Immortal Gu, and raise it to Immortal Gu, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Fong Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort Gu was still limited to rank 4. Fong Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding Gu recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Langya Blessed Land indeed had the Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. From rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive. But when it came to Gu recipes, Land Spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Fong Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fong Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe to exchange for it. But Land Spirit of Langya was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any Gu recipe. He gave Fong Yuan a mission. This mission was for Fong Yuan to go to Immemorial Purple Heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. Fong Yuan was extremely busy. He had no time to leave, and now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Fong Yuan did not dare to relax. He tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that Immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Fang Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. Chapter 784. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated, they would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since land spirit of Langya met Fang Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made land spirit of Langya suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in land spirit of Langya. He had become smarter. Land spirit of Langya pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Fang Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses, thus he used the Gu recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Fang Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan was really choked by land spirit of Langya this time. He felt terrible. And Fang Yuan could not do anything to Langya blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Fang Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling Gu immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort Gu is only a small setback. It is not an immortal Gu recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom Gu's help, I can deduce the mortal Gu recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy. At this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the Gu recipe alone will not raise my battle strength. This is not appropriate. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort Gu immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Fang Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength immortal Gu. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength immortal Gu was her vital immortal Gu, and also the core of her killer move self-strength phantom. Fang Yuan asking for this Gu was simply digging her foundation. Without self-strength immortal Gu, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved self-strength Gu. It was a memento that her mother, Su Xian, had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Fang Yuan, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain oath of allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Fang Yuan that could not be violated. Unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to self-strength immortal Gu tightly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Su Xian, were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still immortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal Gu. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Fang Yuan more than 10 times. She had threatened him, begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength immortal Gu. But how could Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal Gu was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal Gu was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength immortal goo. When Fong Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal goo were unique. He Lulan had this goo, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Fong Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle, heaven took pity on her. He Lulan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness, she fell into the dream realm, giving Fong Yuan a good opportunity. Fong Yuan was black-bellied and sinister, like a shark that smelled blood. He immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on, only oneself was the most reliable. Fong Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal goo from Fong Yuan, and did not appear to help Fong Yuan use strength chi immortal goo to refine air sac goo. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Fong Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal goo, and Fong Yuan did not have air sac goo. Without air sac goo, he could not sell guts goo. In order to heal his injuries, Fong Yuan had stopped selling guts goo. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the 2 stone nests constantly refining goo, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Fong Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce another air sac goo recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Fong Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought goo to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought goo day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Fong Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man slaves who were skilled in goo refinement, had higher prices. Fong Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Fong Yuan went to look for land spirit of Langya, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine malicious thought goo. But land spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langya. Thus, Fong Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Fong Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Fong Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fong Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Fong Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Lulan. I want to see who can last longer. Fong Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Fong Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Tru Yang building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow, I have disappointed you. How can this be? We still can't deduce it, the culprit is not simple, he has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The Immortals were elites of their sects. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Zhouge spoke. "We do not have a clear target now, we might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information." Feng Zhouge had the highest prestige, no one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now, they had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sect's missions. Old Oracle and Feng Zhouge were the last to speak. "Lord Zhouge." Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Zhouge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the Immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Zhouge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, "But the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind." Feng Zhouge seemed to be consoling but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Feng Zhouge. "Lord Zhouge is hiding this from the other Gu Immortals, are you not suspicious of my sect?" Feng Zhouge laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, "To speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the Ancient Soul sect also has a secret mission for you." Feng Zhouge's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he nodded, "Indeed, I will go now." Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Feng Zhouge was left standing on the spot, his gaze was eerie and his expression was calm, it was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 785. 10 days later, Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Time Luck Immortal Gu floated above Feng Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede, it was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Feng Yuan's head, it was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Feng Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it while inspecting the Gu worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Langya Blessed Land. He asked Langya Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Langya Blessed Land's time flow was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Feng Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu worms piled up in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time Gu was immortal Gu, its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Feng Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, inch of time Gu was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without inch of time's support, Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped. Feng Yuan sighed with regret, it seems that using Inch of Time to replace lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Goo is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Sean had said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Goo expended Immortal Essence and the Goo Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in luck path. However, Feng Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan goo, that is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day, he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan goo before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan goo were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, goo immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single lifespan goo was sold. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but its production conditions were not fixed. Goo immortals searching for lifespan goo were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, lifespan goo were obtained by mortal goo masters and goo immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was able to find lifespan goo and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for lifespan goo is 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan goo from this immortal goo house. I gave it to Tai by Yunxing. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Feng Yuan willed as Time Luck Immortal Goo turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for goo worms. Time Luck Immortal Goo floated to the side of another, Golden Mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by Inch of Time goo worms. Feng Yuan had obtained a large number of Inch of Time goo worms from Land Spirit of Langia. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. There was only one left, it was this one. Even though the results of the experiment were not ideal, it gave Feng Yuan a lot of precious inspiration. Earlier, I only used Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo together. If I add in other goo worms, or even form an immortal killer move, I might be able to greatly reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time. The effect would be ideal. Unfortunately, even though I can use the light of wisdom and have unlimited inspiration. But these deductions involve time path attainment level. They are my weakness. Facing this setback, Feng Yuan could only put his thoughts aside for now. Dream Path Mortal Goo were still lacking, but Feng Yuan did not have any intention of slacking off. After taking a few breaths, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and entering the dream realm. After 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was already a stark contrast from the beginning. It was a huge improvement. But during the 3rd goo refinement, Feng Yuan failed, his soul was slightly injured. Dream realms had their own risks, not to mention refining goo in a dream. I was not careful and fell into the dream trap. Thankfully, I have guts goo to strengthen my soul. Feng Yuan rejoiced internally. He opened his eyes and left Dang Hun Palace. On Dang Hun Mountain, guts goo were everywhere. Feng Yuan used a few and healed the damage to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed. A letter was sent into his immortal aperture through moving perspective cup goo. After reading it, Feng Yuan's face flashed with joy. He immediately gave up on the goo refinement plan. He chose a beautiful place on Dang Hun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant leg and using fire goo to barbecue it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal with black hair and black eyes. She was beautiful and had a domineering aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the air, landing beside Fang Yuan with a cold expression. She glanced at the elephant leg in Fang Yuan's hands, recognizing it as the desolate beast-drought elephant's flesh and bones. She mocked, "So you have so many immortal materials that you can waste them like this?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at He Lulan before looking at the elephant leg. In this short while, because of the fire, the elephant leg was already half-cooked, giving off a thick fragrance. "Fairy Lulan, I trust you have been well since we last met, please sit." Fang Yuan said politely. He Lulan snorted coldly. She was still standing there indifferently, hiding her anger. Fang Yuan found it funny, even though the other party was an overlord, she was still a woman. But thinking about it, if someone asked for his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it to them? Wouldn't he have already fallen out with them and fought them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him, he could not ignore it. He Lulan wanted to take revenge. She took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal goo self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a goo immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. He Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. She kept advancing bravely. After suffering this time, she should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her, otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. He Lulan saw this and sneered, "You have already become a zombie, you have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past." Fang Yuan said slowly and leisurely, "Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right?" He Lulan's expression was grim. Her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, "You are so gluttonous, aren't you afraid of bursting to death?" "Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death." "Humph." He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who hasn't fallen before?" Fang Yuan knew what she meant. He Lulan wanted to use strength chi immortal goo to replace self-strength and give it to Fang Yuan as a reward. But Fang Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means, to deal with my future downfall. He Lulan, you understand me. I have already made up my mind, I will not change it." He Lulan squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person, she was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Fang Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest. It was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Fang Yuan's body. Strength Path Dao Mark. He Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Fang Yuan gain a Strength Path Dao Mark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, "So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat Strength Immortal Goo had little value to other Goo Immortals, they did not dare to use it often. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for He Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck, she could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo which had no risk in using it became even more important. Fang Yuan did not reply. He bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural strength path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's teeth were sharp, even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth. He swallowed it. A moment later, another strength path Dao mark appeared on Fang Yuan's body. He was not afraid of He Lulan going back on her words. Because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. He Lulan came at the last moment. She wanted to try her best. But from the start, Fang Yuan was in an undefeatable position. Once the agreement was broken, Fairy Li Shan would die from the oath. How could He Lulan watch this happen? Come, sit, I will treat you to some meat. Fang Yuan took out a strength path desolate beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After roasting it, he handed the bone to He Lulan. At the same time, he willed, each strength immortal goo flew into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan took it without hesitation. She swallowed the meat and bone, before activating each strength immortal goo for digestion. A moment later, another strength path Dao mark appeared on her body. Even though it was not even 1,000th of the gains from the tribulation. But this method had no risk, it could continue to accumulate. Halfway through the meal, He Lulan sighed deeply, handing self-strength immortal goo to Fang Yuan. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Self-strength immortal goo had a new owner. R1152. Chapter 786. Fang Yuan kept self-strength immortal goo. His expression did not change. He only said to He Lulan, from now on, if Fairy Lulan wants to borrow each strength immortal goo to cultivate, you will need to give me a strength path immortal material as compensation. He Lulan nodded. This was the right thing to do. He Lulan was a formidable person. Seeing that Fang Yuan was purposely displaying each strength immortal goo, she knew Fang Yuan's intention. She did not want to break up and deepen the cooperation. Fang Yuan forcefully took self-strength immortal goo. It was like cutting a deep wound on their alliance. Blood flowed out. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, compared to the only precious self-strength immortal goo, Fang Yuan lending each strength immortal goo was more like giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg bone in her hand and let out a breath of turbid air. When she looked at Fang Yuan again, there was no trace of anger on her face. Let's go to the stone nest. He Lulan stood up and offered to help Fang Yuan refine air sac goo. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed that He Lulan's situation was not good. She had almost died in this tribulation and was saved by Fang Yuan. She must have suffered huge losses in the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had been supporting He Lulan's cultivation without caring about the cost. But now, she was in trouble. Because old ancestor Shui, who was refining fortune rivaling heaven goo urgently, the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were ordered around everywhere to refine goo immortal materials. The task of gathering immortal materials was very heavy. Fairy Li Shan could only do her best. Fang Yuan needed the guts goo business to continue. How could He Lulan not have the same thoughts? Earlier, Fang Yuan had given He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan some profits. It was a wise decision. At this point, he finally saw results. Benefits could also form a chain. No matter how angry He Lulan was, due to the big picture and her own situation, she had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. On the same day, He Lulan exerted a large amount of strength, restarting the refinement of the air sac goo. Before she left, she mentioned her intention to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the funds to expand production, but He Lulan was willing to help Fang Yuan invest in building the third stone nest to replenish the hairy men. However, Fang Yuan had to give her more benefits. Fang Yuan immediately agreed. The guts goo trade resumed. It was like a torrent pouring into a river that was about to dry up. The operations of the blessed land, which had been at a standstill, finally began to move like a horse carriage. The huge will slowly moved forward, rolling forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was successfully built in Feng Yuan's immortal blessed land. It was now in Feng Yuan's hands. There were several goo worms that needed to be refined in large quantities: air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and inch of time. 3 stone nests. It was far from being able to meet the demand. This involved the problem of choice, how to make the most efficient use of the limited resources. Eventually, Feng Yuan ordered the first and third stone nests to refine air sac goo. He ordered the second stone nest to refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions on hand, thus he needed to refine either malicious thought goo or memory thought goo. Malicious thought was good at scheming against others, while memory thought was good at digging out information from memories. But if it was used to deduce, there was no clear difference between the two. As for using air sac goo as the main refinement ingredient, that was because Feng Yuan found out guts goo could be sold in much higher quantities. Times were different now. The market for guts goo was slowly growing. Especially when Feng Yuan stopped the guts goo trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing guts goo to be scarce in the market. The price of guts goo became very high. This phenomenon made Feng Yuan understand that the guts goo market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the guts goo trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Feng Yuan's situation had improved greatly. He sighed, but also became vigilant. Because the profits of guts goo were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter. Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Feng Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Feng Yuan. Now that the profits of the guts goo trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path's behavior was better. And the cultivation of goo masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Feng Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Feng Yuan successfully fused self-strength immortal goo into the immortal killer move myriad self a few days later. Although self-strength immortal goo was extremely compatible with myriad self, Feng Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary mortal goo. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack cleansed soul, but with self-strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, myriad self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance. Feng Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad self-return had the power of an immortal killer move, True's solid bat wings and iron crown eagle strength immortal goo. It was comparable to a movement immortal killer move. And deducing vaguely familiar face and so on required a vast number of malicious thought goo. In Hu immortal blessed land, there was only one stone nest that was being refined at full force. It would take some time to accumulate enough. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai by Yunqing had some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and would take too long. As for Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because of Feng Zhouge's forceful interrogation, Xia Huang's identity could no longer be used, thus the plan was obstructed. Speaking of which, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for some time. If I can obtain Luopa Valley, together with Dang Hun Mountain, my soul foundation will increase rapidly. It will be a good way to increase my battle strength. In the future, I can even do business in Luopa Wind and Fog to increase my profits. At the same time, in Luopa Valley, the negotiation was at its most crucial moment. Qin Baixing smiled lightly as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought for a while before laughing loudly. Qin Baixing, I treated you as my best friend, but you lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot break into Langya Blessed Land. Do you want to use me as cannon fodder? Qin Baixing's gaze flickered. He said lightly, with your wind escape, you can advance and retreat at will. You are famous in Northern Plains. How can you be cannon fodder? Even if my wind escape is an immortal killer move, the #1 movement technique in Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Baixing, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi shook his head and refused. He was a rank 7 Wind Path Gu Immortal. He was a famous person. Even though he had an ultimate technique, he was still very vigilant. Maybe because of this, he was able to live to this day and have such accomplishments. Qin Baixing nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not out of his expectations. In that case, I can only forcefully make a move to keep you here. You want to make a move? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed, his eyes shined with a sharp light. All right, let us have a good fight. It will dispel your unrealistic thoughts. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be controlled by anyone. The moment he said that, he took the initiative to attack. Boom! Hui Fengzi opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. A huge wind blade flew towards Qin Baixing. Immortal killer move, Death Wind Flying Blade. Good. Qin Baixing did not move, he only smiled. The wind blade landed on Qin Baixing, who did not dodge. Golden light shined brightly. The golden light faded. Qin Baixing was safe and sound. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in shock, my Death Wind Flying Blade could not even cut a hair on you. Qin Baixing smiled without speaking. How can I fight? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. He wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, Wind Escape. He used his signature move that was famous in Northern Plains. In an instant, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This was a movement killer move. It had allowed Hui Fengzi to escape from danger countless times, causing his enemies to sigh helplessly. The most famous time was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. But Qin Baixing watched as Hui Fengzi escaped. He stood on the spot without a change in expression. Rumble, in the sky of Luopa Valley, thunder rumbled, dark clouds rumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew, and countless evil spirits and monsters showed their vague figures. A terrifying number of millions of them flew under the dark clouds. Hui Fengzi coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was like he had crashed into an iron wall. He was knocked out of his original position. What Gu formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baixing smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed, Qin Baixing, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time. Qin Baixing chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baixing's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Chapter 787. Zhongzhou State, Heaven and Heaven, Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After that, after the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over, and when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, he also wanted to take over the Celestial Court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years. Countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times until now, old and new. He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather, moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet. They would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall. Vividly depicted a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between 2 Gu Immortals. A wind path Gu Immortal and a metal path Gu Immortal. At the corner of the image, several Gu Immortals were standing. They were looking at the center. Watching the battle of the Gu Immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between 2 Gu Immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The wind path Gu Immortal slowly lowered his head towards the metal path Gu Immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw a group of Gu Immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly Gu Immortal. A young Gu Master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a Gu Immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path goo immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path goo immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became, the more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal goo appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal goo, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this goo for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate immortal goo was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of Fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, immortal goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate immortal goo's injury was not only on the goo worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of Fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of Fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore Fate immortal goo. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the goo worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped Fate and clear the obstacles for Fate immortal goo. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the #1 goo immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate immortal goo was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping Fate. This situation had once caused the whole of the Celestial Court to be furious and fearful. By now, humanity was prospering, and even Central Continent had an immortal zombie branch. Survival was a human's instinct. Even the Celestial Court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring Fate immortal goo seemed to be getting further and further away. There was little hope. But the Celestial Court had never given up. Because every generation of the Celestial Court goo immortals remembered the majesty of the Celestial Court in the Olden Antiquity era, and the glory of the Olden Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone of this glory was Fate immortal goo. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements she made were mainly based on it. Thus, it could resist 3 demon venerables and protect the Celestial Court. Completely restoring Fate immortal goo was equivalent to controlling the lives of all living beings in the world. This also meant that the Celestial Court would regain its lofty status. It would become a supreme immortal among immortals, a king of kings. All of his efforts would bear fruit. Fate immortal goo had been restored by generations of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. They had paid an unknown price, and after a long period of time, it had slowly recovered and accumulated to its current state. Although it was on the verge of death, it could be barely used. Precisely so, all sorts of images appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower. The escapees and Fate immortal goo were irreconcilable enemies. But there were simply too many existences that could escape the punishment of Fate. The ones that appeared on the walls of heaven overseeing tower were only the strongest existences, they were not in blessed lands or grotto heavens, they were not concealed by wisdom path methods, they were the easiest existences to deduce. Soon. Using this refinement path convention to repair the damage of fate immortal goo, there will be a qualitative change. All the investments I made in the past will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be worth it, I will be able to get what I wanted. After the refinement path convention, fate immortal goo will be able to display 50% of its power. Heaven overseeing tower lord touched fate immortal goo as he muttered. His expression gradually turned gentle, the anger in his heart also calmed down temporarily. However, before that, I need to get rid of these sinners that escaped fate. All lives, from the moment they are born, their trajectories and endings are already decided. This is the expectation of heaven and earth, nature's plan. How can you be allowed to escape? This is a life that does not belong to you. Thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear scene when he climbed the stairs earlier. Before fate recovers, let me enforce justice in place of heaven, and get rid of these weeds that have climbed the highest central continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Feng Yuan was here, his eyes were tightly shut. Behind him was the largest Lingji in the cave, it was the king of the Ji forest, it had already grown into a plump little tree, its leaves were like a canopy. 7-colored light shone on Feng Yuan's face. His breathing was calm and steady, malicious thoughts were surging in his mind like waves, colliding with each other. After a while, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. The malicious thought goo that I had accumulated for so long was used up just like that. He frowned slightly, he was not satisfied with this result. He first deduced how to add pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the killer move myriad self. In the end, he used up half of the malicious thought goo stock, but there was less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow, Feng Yuan switched to deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Feng Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup goo had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the goo. Feng Yuan opened it, there were only 4 words in the letter, the time has come. Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Feng Yuan had planned to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Feng Yuan give up on Luopa Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal goo master, to prevent other goo immortals with ulterior motives from taking this wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends, she was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Chapter 788. Northern Plains, Taichou. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 goo masters, on the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 goo masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood, his face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued, he was breathing roughly and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar, a myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 goo masters. The charging speed was getting faster, the sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the Goat King was already in front of them. "Young master, let's retreat. The situation is urgent, we will hold up the rear, young master, there is still a long way to go." The two Gu masters at the front saw this, their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu masters had a resolute expression, he made a decision and said, "Dong Pekong, you are a flying master, quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here." Gu master Dong Pekong's body shook, he looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng, the Gu master who wanted to stay behind, was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path Gu master in his early years, together with water demon Hao Ji Lu. They were known as the wind and water demons, they were famous in northern plains. Hao Ji Lu joined He Lulan, but Feng Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and he died. In contrast, wind demon Tan Wu Feng joined Dongfang Yuliang. He lost in the Imperial Court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But now, Tan Wu Feng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades, to let them retreat. There was no hope of survival, it was a death sentence. Dong Pekong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wu Feng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Pekong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother. I'll bring young master there." Tan Wufeng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, he was extremely anxious and cursed, "What are you waiting for?" Dong Pekong turned around and left while two streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained Gu master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "Seven-star lamp." As he shouted, his whole body shot up, 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed Gu master's body. Whoosh! A large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move's 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast kings screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great, the sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. Young Master. Lord Yuliang. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong saw this, they were shocked and joyful. A vast number of star thoughts formed into a huge nebula that rumbled intensely. After a while, the star thoughts were mostly destroyed, the myriad beast sheep king and dozens of elite sheep could be seen. The sheep group lost their sheep king and started to fall apart. Under the splitting of several thousand beast sheep kings, the huge sheep group split into many groups and retreated in all directions. The blood-stained white-clothed Gu master slowly landed on the ground, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and managed to turn the situation around, he was already at the end of his rope. Young Master. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong quickly went up and supported this Gu master's arms. This Gu master was Dongfang Yuliang. After the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, died, he was the inheritor of his legacy. His face was frighteningly pale, he resisted the dizziness and forced a smile. Alright, we finally forced back this myriad beast sheep group, we can take a breather now. Young master. Tan Wufing and Dong Pekong looked at each other, they were moved and in admiration. Dong Pekong supported Dongfang Yuliang as he sat down slowly, he could not help but urge, Young master, Tai Chiu is one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, we have been here for 3 days and have already met more than 10 beast groups. The group of more than 10 people has only the 3 of us left. It is not important that I die here. But young master is precious, if this continues and something happens to you, what should we do? In this situation, why don't we retreat and try again next time? Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground, he smiled bitterly as he shook his head, you don't understand the situation, this is my last and only chance. I have already staked it all on this, I am like an arrow that has been shot, there is no turning back and I cannot turn back. We need to make use of this time to rest and recover our battle strength. With that, he closed his eyes, held 2 primary stones in his hand, and entered into a state of rest. Dong Pekong and Tan Wufing looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they nodded and sat down beside Dongfang Yuliang, taking out yuan stones and starting to meditate. Outside Tai Chiu, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised, to think that a mere mortal like Dongfang Yuliang could enter so deep into Tai Chiu. This time, he pretended to be weak and lured them in, the coiling mountain myriad beast goat king sent itself to him for a decapitation tactic, he actually passed this obstacle. Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly, this Tai Chiu is one of the 10 great fierce areas, there are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts here, even us Gu Immortals do not dare to enter. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us. Gu Immortal Su Guang added, that's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal Gu masters, they have weak auras, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them. With Dongfang Changfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Tai Chiu. If we go and a trace of our Gu Immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. Gu Immortals are here. The other 2 Gu Immortals heard this and sensed something, they looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 Gu Immortals had just arrived, they were dressed in black robes and wore masks, only their eyes were exposed. Ha, another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light, he said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed Gu Immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu Immortal in northern plains, she had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance, she could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were involved in the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, they had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air, they were at the periphery of Tai Chiu, they did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Lulan smiled lightly, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many Gu Immortals at the periphery of Tai Chiu. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued, I have found 26, most are demonic path Gu Immortals, but there are also Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 Gu Immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lulan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting, this made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 wisdom path person in northern plains. Even their own Gu Immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces to not attack each other, but he left out his own Gu Immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This wisdom path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the Gu Immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fang Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance. A wisdom path inheritance, the more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now, it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many Gu Immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully, my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many Gu Immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time, a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wu Feng, and Dong Pukong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation Gu formation. It was hidden underground, we actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Tai Chio is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the Gu formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The Gu Immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Tai Chio. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 789. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient desolate beasts among them. The Gu Immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these Gu Immortals. In the eyes of these alerted desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the Gu Immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Tai Chio. They had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden. They could not be disturbed. But the Gu Immortals were like bandits. They had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength. They even had to work together to defend Tai Chio. To humans, Tai Chio was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands. They were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the Gu Immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united. Because of the wisdom path inheritances, they were wary of each other. They could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Tai Chio and destroy the traces of the teleportation Gu formation. It would be hard for the Gu Immortals to track them. Those who could become Gu Immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious. In an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts. We might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The Gu Immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation Gu formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu Immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu Immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Roar! A fast desolate beast got into contact with a female Gu Immortal. This rank 6 female Gu Immortal was called Hirua. she was known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other goo immortals, becoming the goo immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some goo immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off. Waves surged as a rank 7 goo immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This goo immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding goo immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 goo immortal Pai Shuihan. People of the demonic Tao cultivated both the ice and water Taos. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiruo saw that Pai Shuihan was blocking her path. But she did not dodge. Instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal goo gushed out. Hiruo activated the immortal goo. The greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%, 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply, she passed the waves and continued to fly towards the goo formation. Pai Shuihan miscalculated. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital, hee." As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With 2 loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into 2 tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease. He stepped on the waves and chased after Hiruo. Hiruo did not dare to fight Pai Shuihan. She raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shuihan snickered as he got closer. But Hiruo did not want to fight. She wanted to escape. Pai Shuihan could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular, his skin was bronze in color, lightning coiled around his body, his speed was even faster than Hiruo. Feng Yuan felt that this person was familiar. He willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tiandu. This immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shirho had forced Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie Guyi to use an immortal Yuan stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tiandu saw that Pai Shuihan and Hiruo were chasing and escaping. He used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation goo formation. Ha ha ha. Divine Lord Tiandu saw that the goo formation was getting closer. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Take care, Divine Lord. A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of heaven capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. Ah, free scholar. Divine Lord Tiandu's expression changed when he saw this person. His speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 goo immortal free scholar's match. He quickly shouted, "Shirho, quickly lend me a hand." Shirho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tiandu. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tiandu shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shirho also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 goo immortals. Otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. Come. Free Scholar smiled lightly. He flicked his palm as two immortal goo flew out. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Shirho and Divine Lord Tian-Du spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. He fought 2 against 1, forcing back Shirho and Divine Lord Tian-Du. The immortal goo he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture. Nobody could see them clearly. Let's go. At this time, in another direction, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming shouted. Gu Immortal Su Guang and Han Dong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the Earth-traveling 3 elites. Stop them. Be careful, when they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light. The light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 Gu Immortals working together. The killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably. They got close to the Gu formation. There were only 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 Gu Immortals either. For example, Qin Baixing, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the Gu Immortal world, most Gu Immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength. They were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully. There were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation Gu formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the Gu formation. However, at this time, a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts. This one actually has concealment goo. The 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha ha ha, their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the Gu Immortals were shocked, some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Tai Chio's desolate beasts had already surrounded the Gu Immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hooved ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood-tongued tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 Gu Immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and Gu Immortals fought intensely, while the Gu Immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the Gu Immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around agilely, unknowingly getting closer to the Gu formation. Moo! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me. Gu Immortal Zhuozhan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tian-Du who was far away sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Don't move, let me use my method. As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Code Gu, Breath Concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal goo was at the center. It was the strength path immortal goo, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal goo weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal goo's self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Feng Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this strength path phantom army in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self, first style, giant hand. Feng Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Feng Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength goo. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Feng Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed, lightning shuttle immortal goo was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards goo immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Chapter 790. Feng Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect. It immediately attracted many goo immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet goo to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the goo master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining goo worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using goo, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created, because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Feng Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move myriad self could be said to have broken through the barriers. It allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse. It was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path. He had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension, thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom goo. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move myriad self. In the whole process, Feng Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment. Wisdom goo, immortal ascension, and imperial court blessed land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move myriad self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Feng Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, even though myriad self was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero. Using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country. The two extremes fused into one. creating the killer move Myriad Self. Fang Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against He Qing, the strength path phantom army forced He Qing and Shui Songzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in Myriad Self. But now, the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength goo. It was these ancient goo worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Fang Yuan's body. There was another crucial point: self-strength immortal goo. If it was the previous cleansed soul immortal goo, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. He Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal goo. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to save He Lulan and obtained her strength path true meaning. These true meanings were the final catalyst for giant hand. Because of all these factors, the current giant hand was formed. Self-strength immortal goo was indeed the most suitable core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With its participation, Myriad Self's development would take a step further. It would truly be able to transform enslavement and strength path into each other. Fang Yuan used this move instead of letting out the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He naturally had his considerations. These strength path phantoms all resembled his appearance. Right now, he had committed a huge crime, but needed to conceal his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity had been further exposed. And the killer move look-alike had yet to be deciphered using wisdom goo. Giant hand was suitable for the current Fang Yuan. It had great power but would not expose his identity. The giant fist continued to smash towards Shuozhan. Shuozhan broke out in cold sweat. He retreated quickly, getting further away from the giant hand. With a swoosh, the immortal goo lightning shuttle, which had just been imprisoned, broke out of the giant hand and flew towards its owner. Divine Lord Tian Du. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of giant hand was indeed influenced by formless hands in the dark. But there was a huge difference between the two. Giant hand was a strength path killer move, while formless hands was the pinnacle of theft path. Formless hands could capture immortal goo, while giant hand could only imprison them temporarily. It was already a good result. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his move. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand gradually disappeared in the air. During the entire process, his right arm was creaking. Even his strength path immortal zombie body was showing signs of being unable to hold on. Now that he retracted his move, his firm and powerful arm actually turned limp. The tendons under his skin were almost all broken. His arm bones were full of cracks, his blood vessels ruptured, and his muscles were in a mess. Giant hand absorbed strength from the countless strength path phantoms and condensed it on Fang Yuan. The condensed strength was too great. Fang Yuan was like a cornerstone. The giant hand I used this time only gathered the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the power of giant hand can only reach this level for now. Giant hand can be strengthened, but my body has already reached its limit. Fang Yuan thought regretfully in his heart. His arms slowly hung down, covered by a wide black sleeve. In a short period of time, relying on the strong recovery ability of his immortal zombie body, his arm had already recovered. Even so, the power of giant hand was shocking enough. Shuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated several li. His gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding goo immortal subconsciously pulled away from Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces, which were covered by their black robes, also showed a strange and complex expression. The power of giant hand. They were both inwardly alarmed and wary. But right now, Fang Yuan was on their side as an ally. The two of them could not help but rejoice. These two feelings were mixed together. Naturally, the feeling was indescribable and complex. Especially He Lulan, she sensed that Giant Hand had the aura of her own killer move. She felt a slight sense of defeat. Far away, Free Scholar Yun forced Divine Lord Tian Du to retreat, grabbing Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Divine Lord Tian Du was anxious. He quickly used his method. Only then did he manage to take back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Free Scholar did not achieve his goal, but he was not discouraged. He smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, such a powerful immortal killer move. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashed across. This is true rank 7 battle strength. Lu Qingming and the rest had just returned to the periphery of Tai Chiu after killing the ruin bat. Seeing this, their expressions were filled with wariness. Who is this? Pai Shuihan guessed. Giant Hand had just appeared. It was not a familiar immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is it domination immortal Chu Du? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. There was only one strength path Gu immortal with such battle strength in Northern Plains. But right after that, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. With Chu Du's style, he would not conceal his tracks like this. Tian Du Divine Lord took back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. He quickly looked around. Towards Free Scholar. He did not want to fight anymore. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan was a tough opponent. He was also an iron plate. The 3 elites of traveling Earth had also rushed back. He knew that he could not take advantage of this with his strength. His expression turned ugly. Although this was a long story, it happened in a short time. Fang Yuan released Giant Hand before stopping. His arm drooped down. Under countless gazes, he returned to Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely lowered his head, not making a sound, as if what he had done earlier was insignificant. Fairy Li Shan walked in front. He walked behind her, walking side by side with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel bewildered. Fang Yuan and the other two were wearing black robes. Their clothing was the same. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing that Fang Yuan was willing to stay at the back, the Gu immortals could not help but guess that He Lulan, who was beside Fang Yuan, had battle strength similar to Fang Yuan. And at the front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might even have higher battle strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. This simple action was even more shocking than the giant hand earlier in the eyes of many Gu immortals. Even though the immortals knew that Fang Yuan was trying to deceive them, when Fang Yuan and the other two landed on the ground and touched the teleportation Gu formation to capture traces of Dongfang Yuliang and the rest, nobody stopped them. The immortals silently acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan and the rest. Of course, the main reason was that the wisdom path inheritance had not been found yet. The Gu immortals were astute. There was no need to fight now. In the earlier fight, they were mainly probing and obstructing. They did not reveal their trump cards or attack with full strength. Fang Yuan and the other two searched for clues together. After a few breaths of time, they gasped in surprise. What a good teleportation Gu formation! Fairy Li Shan purposely said in a hoarse voice. As expected of Dongfang Naganori, he purposely left behind a Gu formation to mislead us. He Lulan continued. The clues here definitely have the correct answer, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we will need luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu immortal did not understand. He asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the other two did not answer. They suddenly flew into the sky. They left Tai Chiu and split into 3 directions, vanishing from everyone's sight. Next, Free Scholar also landed on the ground. He investigated and found that Fang Yuan and the rest were not lying. It turned out that Dongfang Naganori had tampered with the teleportation Gu formation. He did not intentionally destroy the goo formation, because this goo formation could only teleport mortal goo masters, it could not teleport immortals. After destroying the goo formation, capable goo immortals would be able to find even the slightest clue and find Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Naganori was good at scheming, he was not good at setting up a teleportation goo formation. But purposely leaving behind clues and hiding the correct clues, it was hard to distinguish them from the real ones. This way, the goo immortals would split up, even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, it would greatly reduce the latter's pressure. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the other two chose the three most likely directions. Free Scholar thought about it, he chose the fourth direction and left Tai Chiu. After him, the goo immortals arrived one by one, they obtained the clues and left in all directions. Finally, only Dongfang tribe's goo immortals were left. These goo immortals are really crafty, none of them destroyed the teleportation goo formation. Even if they destroyed the goo formation, there would be clues left behind. These demonic path goo immortals could reach this point, they would not do something so unrewarding. That's right, they are still hoping that even if they fail, someone will find the correct clue. By then, they will cause a commotion and go fight for it. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Chapter 791. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Dongfang Wanqiu said as he deactivated his concealment method, arriving at the place where Dongfang Yuliang vanished. First Supreme Elder, didn't Lord Dongfang Naganori specially take care of him before his death? The clan goo immortals beside him were very puzzled. That's right, First Elder specially summoned us here. Right now, the entire tribe has no goo immortal battle strength left to defend it. I thought that the Great Elder already had some clues in his hands. The goo immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanqiu heaved a long sigh, saying in a melancholic tone, "Don't call me First Elder, in my heart, only Lord Dongfang Naganori is our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know that Lord Wanqiu was personally guided by Lord Chongfan. But now, Lord Chongfan has already passed away, who can avoid death? In my opinion, we need to focus on the present. Right. Right now, this matter concerns Lord Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance, it attracted so many demonic path goo immortals. Although our tribe is one of the super forces, if we are not careful, we might face the danger of being overturned. We need to be prudent in our actions. If not for Lord Wanqiu speaking frankly that this was Lord Chongfan's arrangement before his death, we would have to leave behind at least one goo immortal battle strength to guard against the unexpected and preserve our tribe's seed. Now that we are all gathered here, it is very dangerous. The goo immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanqiu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanqiu waved his hand, "Everyone, don't be anxious, although I do not have the correct clues, I have a way to obtain the correct clues." Saying so, he closed his eyes. He calmly inspected the aura clues left behind by the teleportation goo formation. The aura of the goo formation was ever-changing, every time Dongfang Wanqiu inspected it, it would be different. Dongfang Wanqiu followed the instructions given to him by Dongfang Naganori before his death. He memorized these aura clues and continued to investigate them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew into the air, saying to the others, "Follow me." Where is this place? Dongfang Yuliang gradually woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. He had a splitting headache. In fact, it wasn't just his head. His entire body was covered in wounds. His internal organs were bleeding, and there were fractures in many places. I followed the map left behind by Lord Chongfan and have only walked halfway. How did I end up here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled. He pondered. At the same time, he immediately began to heal his injuries. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, his injuries were quickly healed. I remember the three of us were meditating and absorbing the primeval energy in the Yuan stone when the teleportation goo formation activated and teleported us here. Could it be that the map that Master Dongfang Naganori left me is also fake? Or rather, the latter part was fake. The real destination is halfway there. Dongfang Yuliang felt that this guess was more reliable. Based on his understanding of Dongfang Naganori's temperament was really capable of doing such a thing. This arrangement. It was also to prevent a wisdom path Gu Immortal from making a move. The Gu Immortals of other paths were afraid of breaking the clue of Dongfang Yuliang, and were wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Wisdom path Gu Immortals had the ability to search the mind and extract the clues from the map. They could definitely find the correct clues. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong were teleported together with me, but they are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was nearby, but who knew? I should find them first before exploring this palace. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed his injuries and started to search around. Looking around, he found that this place seemed to be a group of palaces. And he himself was inside one of the palaces. The palace was luxurious and dilapidated. It was a huge ruin. Dongfang Yuliang was vigilant, but there was nothing in the palace, no enemies had appeared. Tan Wu Feng. Young master. After walking for a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wu Feng. The latter was also looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the palace. Dong Pekong was still unconscious, lying on the ground. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wu Feng worked together to save him. The three reunited and were overjoyed. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was the leader. After thinking about it, he decided, if I am not wrong, this should be Lord Changfan's inheritance ground. The first palace has already been searched, there are no clues, let's go to the second palace to take a look. As he expected, the three went to the second palace and faced a test at the center of the palace. This was a difficult case. Clues and evidence were given, some were real and some were fake. Time was given. Dongfang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to think within a limited time, not only to find the fake evidence, but also to deduce the truth of this case. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being Dongfang Naganori's successor. He passed the test in less than a third of the time and obtained a set of rank 5 wisdom path Gu worms as a generous reward. Dongfang Yuliang's strength increased greatly. He entered the third palace. This test was an incomplete Gu recipe. It tested Dongfang Yuliang and required him to deduce it within 30 minutes. Boom! A strength path giant hand slammed down like a small mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out a mournful cry. It was heavily injured and was completely pressed to the ground by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled fiercely, but the giant hand pressed down on its body. Eventually, it used up all its strength and gave up resisting, no longer moving. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, joy flashing in his eyes. He followed the clues and searched for the past, but they were all fake. When he reached the fifth clue in his memory, he encountered this desolate beast giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was excited. He started an intense battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected his luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li and the rest, Fang Yuan's luck path was no longer a flaw. He encountered no troublesome Gu worms on this giant horned sheep. Giant hand was very useful. It was used repeatedly and countered the giant horned sheep, quickly suppressing it. The entire battle. There were no setbacks. Fang Yuan continued to accumulate his advantage, eventually turning it into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. The giant horned sheep is a pure strength path desolate beast. I raised it in my blessed land. Every once in a while, I can harvest its meat and use each strength immortal goo to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. I did not expect to see it here. Capturing a giant horned sheep alive is a pleasant surprise. Fong Yuan breathed slowly, his immortal zombie injuries had already healed. He willed. The giant hand slowly grabbed the giant horned sheep and sent it into his immortal aperture. Ever since Fong Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he often bought Strength Path ingredients from Jewel Yellow Skies, spending a lot. It was fine if it happened once or twice. But in the long run, this huge expenditure made Fong Yuan's heart ache. He had already planned to raise some Strength Path Desolate Beasts as a long-term investment. But it was rare to buy Desolate Beasts in Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention that Fong Yuan was only buying pure Strength Path Desolate Beasts. Extorting Self-Strength Immortal Goo was the right decision. My battle strength has returned to rank 7, and even Giant Hand can compare to the Strength Path Phantom Army. I need to be more practical. Ordinary desolate beasts like the giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even if I face the swamp crab that destroyed Dang Hun Mountain, I can also defeat it head-on. Even if it has Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, it can protect Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation. He was calm and unhurried, he was not anxious. He understood the situation, there were too many wolves, but there was only one prey. With his strength alone, the possibility of him annexing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very low. If there are no accidents, even if I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, it will be incomplete. Sigh, I wonder when I can obtain a truly complete wisdom path inheritance. Fong Yuan was thinking when Fairy Li Shan's information was transmitted from his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information gathering ability was something Fong Yuan could not compare to. It turned out that someone had already discovered the true location of Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, and had already started fighting over there. Precisely because of this, the commotion was huge, attracting more and more Goo Immortals. Fong Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan successfully met up, and when they arrived, there were already more than 10 Goo Immortals pacing around the periphery. Ah, it's them. Be careful, these three are very mysterious, they are somewhat unfathomable. I just returned from the southeast direction, I saw that person use Giant Hand to capture a giant horned sheep desolate beast. Demonic Path Goo Immortals valued strength the most. The battle strength that Fong Yuan displayed made them wary. Thus, when they flew over, the Goo Immortals in the air subconsciously made way for them. This is the inheritance location. Dongfang Naganori really racked his brains. Fong Yuan looked down and said with deep emotions. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple, it was an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, it could battle rank 8 Goo Immortals. It was a space path desolate beast, its corpse had countless space path Dao marks. These Dao marks affected this space, creating a group of illusory palaces. As long as one stepped into its range, they would be pulled into the palace. Unless one was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, only they could resist this enormous force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Tai Chiu, there were no desolate beasts in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. This was a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a dangerous place among dangerous areas. Dongfang Naganori was only a rank 7 Goo Immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the #1 wisdom path Goo Immortal in Northern Plains, he was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfang Naganori's appearing in front of Dongfang Yuliang's group. Teacher. Dongfang Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfang Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this Goo formation and activate it, You will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance and obtain my wisdom path immortal goo. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. Chapter 792. Boom boom boom. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. In the sky, goo immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path goo immortals were always pragmatic. They did not hesitate for long before someone flew down. Since Dongfang Naganori chose the immemorial ruin bat's corpse as the wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his reasons. The phantom beast army was alerted, like a huge black cloud, it rose up from the demonic path goo immortals' feet. These phantom beasts had strange appearances, they did not fear death. But they were good at dodging. Several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocked the demonic path goo immortals. Phantom beasts have always been rare, they can only be found in places with dense space path Dao marks. There are actually so many here. He Lulan fought as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal goo, her battle strength fell sharply. Although she could use strength chi immortal goo to replace it and use the strength path phantom giant killer move, it was not good for her to show herself now. Thus, she was quite helpless in dealing with them. Don't be anxious. Fairy Li Shan consoled, phantom beasts can turn phantom and avoid all attacks. The phantom path of goo masters was inspired by goo immortal Su Wuxia from phantom beasts. As long as no ancient desolate beast-level phantom beasts appear, we will be able to enter the immemorial ruin bat's corpse sooner or later. Just as she said this, a large group of phantom beasts flew over. Long, Wind, Literature, C, F, W, X. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, blocking in front of the two as he activated Myriad Self-Giant Hand. A Strength Path Giant Hand appeared, its 5 fingers stretched out as it grabbed at them. Strength Path Giant Hands were heavy and powerful. But as it clawed down, the battle results were weak. This group of over 1,000 phantom beasts only lost dozens of them. Most of the phantom beasts had blurry figures, only a few translucent traces were left on the spot. When Fang Yuan slowly retracted his strength path giant hand, these phantom beasts appeared again, they turned solid and charged at Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fairy Li Shan who was beside him waved her hand. A huge sea of fire rained down. The flames burned in the air for several miles, forming a barrier in the air. The void beasts charged into the sea of flames. He used the same trick again. He turned invisible and avoided the burning flames. His charging footsteps never stopped. However, just as they rushed out of the edge of the sea of fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He raised his hand and clenched it. Puchi. This time. Fang Yuan gripped it firmly. Hundreds of virtual beasts were crushed into a bloody pulp, instantly losing their lives. The hand slowly opened, and blood and bone fragments fell like rain. Between the 5 fingers, there was blood. There were over 1,000 foe beasts in this group. However, most of them died on the spot after being grabbed by Fang Yuan. The remaining foe beasts lost their will to fight in the face of the majestic Fang Yuan and fled in all directions. With a flip of his hand, Fang Yuan killed this group of foe beasts. However, he was not pleased with himself. Instead, his expression turned grave as he said, "These ordinary foe beasts are still manageable. They can only turn illusory for a short period of time. As long as we cooperate well, we can get rid of them. The truly troublesome ones are the desolate beast-level foe beasts." Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan nodded slowly. They observed their surroundings while also paying attention to the battles afar. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, the 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals, were fighting against 2 desolate-level foe beasts each. Desolate-level foe beasts were extraordinary indeed, they could turn illusory for a long period of time. Thus, even though they only had rank 6 battle strength, they were very difficult to deal with. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan could not deal with them in a short period of time. But the two were experienced. After fighting a few times, they recognized the situation and calmed down. They started to deal with the foe beasts calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in danger. A desolate level foe beast suddenly turned phantom. Its speed increased as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, while the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast turned solid. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body, thus, he fell into its stomach. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han Dong away from Lu Qingming and Su Guang. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were known as the traveling 3 elites. When they worked together, they could match rank 7 Gu Immortals. But they were working together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Once Han Dong left, the remaining two's battle strength fell. They were no longer as strong as before. The two were anxious. They quickly chased and tried to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that swallowed Han Dong fell down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks and did not turn phantom. Han Dong was also attacking inside its stomach. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Halfway through its flight, it was already exhausted and coughed out blood. How can this phantom beast be so stubborn? When they fought earlier, it was very slippery, but when it was attacked, it would turn phantom and dodge. Quickly turn phantom. Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's expression was grim. Can't you tell? There must be a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Naganori, I underestimated you. In the ruined hall, the nebula that Dongfang Naganori left behind looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. His body was shining with dazzling starlight. His thick body was shrinking at a visible rate, becoming thinner. This was the style of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he was dead, the methods he left behind could be used and even manipulated this phantom beast army to stall for time for the inheritor behind him. Faster, faster, faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was sweating profusely. He squeezed out all of his potential to complete this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After passing it, he would obtain the immortal Gu left behind by Dongfang Naganori, the essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate level phantom beast was about to bring Han Dong back to the headquarters, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Naganori had such an excellent enslavement path method, he hid it so deeply. Brother Han Dong is in danger now. What do we do now? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are close to each other. They are almost inseparable. It is not surprising. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with determination. But when you were alive, Dongfang Naganori, we were wary of you and could retreat for you. But now that you are dead, you want to use this method to deal with us. You are underestimating the heroes of the world. As he spoke, his body shook, and he stretched out his arms with all his might, like a large bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, he retracted his arms in front of his chest. He did not bend his elbows at all. He placed his palms together in front of his chest. With a crisp "paw" sound, a gust of wind shot out from the palm, instantly stirring up a gale. The winds danced, forming wind blades that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of them. The wind blades gathered into a lump. They formed into a huge dark green ball of vines. They tangled together as they charged towards the desolate level phantom beast. It appeared. Brother Lu's immortal killer move, entangled wind. Su Guang's expression shook. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If it landed on the phantom beast, blood would splatter everywhere. Blood would definitely be spilled, and they would successfully rescue Han Dong. And this entangled wind was powerful and ingenious. It was Lu Qingming's famous move. He could use it at will and split it apart with a single thought. Precisely so, when it landed on the phantom beast, it would turn phantom and the entangled wind would land on Han Dong instead. Lu Qingming could use his own strength to split the entangled wind in time. Once the entangled wind was split, even though the attack range would increase, its power would also be scattered. Han Dong would be able to endure it. But right at the moment of success, a vine dragon flew towards the entangled wind. Free scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and glared furiously. He quickly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. Another water lotus suddenly bloomed in the direction where the entangled wind fell. This was the help of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Pai Shui Han. Lu Qingming snorted coldly. The entangled wind dispersed. A small portion of it fell into the water lotus in time. Most of the wind blades went around the water lotus and gathered behind it, forming a smaller entangled wind that continued to charge towards the desolate level phantom beast. However, right at this moment, a strength path giant hand stretched out from the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud sound, the strength path giant hand and entangled wind both disintegrated. Using this gap, the void-level desolate beast successfully flew towards the palaces below. A ripple flashed in the air as it vanished. Ah! His plan failed. Su Guang shouted in anger. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan in anger. I will kill you. Fang Yuan snickered coldly, hooking his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack when Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him. Calm down, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were bloodshot. We will definitely take revenge for this, but the urgent matter now is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang suppressed his anger as he clenched his fists. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu, you are right. Only by finding Han Dong, the three of us can work together and have rank 7 battle strength. Before that, there were only the two of them left. If they tried to find trouble with a rank 7 battle strength like Fang Yuan, they would only be humiliating themselves. After the two conversed, they turned around and attacked the palaces below. The palaces did not move at all, they were only an illusion. Space rippled as 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming were anxious to save Han Dong. They used their full strength without holding back. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were forced to retreat. Pai Shui Han saw this and snickered. This was the result he wanted. Demonic Path Gu Immortals were wary of each other. Until the final moment, no one would use their full strength. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the charge, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. There will be one less true competitor. At the side, Free Scholar smiled. He dealt with the desolate level phantom beasts while looking at Pai Shui Han and Fang Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the rest were still standing together without any desolate level phantom beasts around them, a solemn expression flashed in his eyes. It is not a good thing that these 3 are so relaxed. Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate level phantom beasts towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. 2 large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once. Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness. Just as they were fighting and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu Immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula. as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge goo formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kanyang Lao Jun, am seeing this for the first time. He praised. Chapter 793. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang was very shocked when he saw Kanyang Lao Jun. Tan Wufing and Dong Pekong were on guard. The aura that Kanyang Lao Jun naturally emitted made them feel fear. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly turned around and said calmly to Kanyang Lao Jun, "You also want to inherit my star path inheritance." Kanyang Lao Jun was slightly stunned. He then sized up Nebula and said with a surprised tone, "Oh, I also have this qualification. You can pass the test, you are a capable person. Appearing now means you are fated with the inheritance. If the wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Naganori, left behind is passed to those wretched and useless people, wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Future generations will laugh at me, a grand wisdom path immortal who can't even make a mess of his funeral arrangements." Nebula paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you are an outstanding talent, you naturally have the qualification to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. However, this child was chosen by me when I was alive. He is currently undergoing the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will have no chance. If he fails, you will have a chance to try. Dongfang Naganori, you are indeed the number one person in Northern Plains. You have courage." Kanyang Lao Jun could not help but size up Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He sighed and said honestly, "I originally planned to snatch it, but since that is the case, there is no harm in waiting." Kanyang Lao Jun was powerful, but this place had already been arranged by Dongfang Naganori. Even if he snatched it, he would only obtain an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. One had to know that the more complete a wisdom path inheritance was, the more valuable it was. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Kanyang Lao Jun naturally didn't want to miss it. His gaze shifted from Dongfang Naganori's nebula to Dongfang Yuliang. After a slight pause on Dongfang Yuliang, it shifted to Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong. Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong had been on high alert ever since they appeared. Kanyang Lao Jun's gaze was extremely calm, but Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong were alarmed by it. A great sense of danger filled their hearts. "What are you trying to do?" Dongfang Yuliang sensed that something was amiss and roared. Kanyang Lao Jun chuckled. He didn't move at all. Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong's bodies suddenly burst into flames. "Ah!" The two of them screamed miserably and lay on the floor, struggling violently. However, the yellow-green flames never stopped burning. It was roasting. It was giving these two rank 5 Gu masters a pain worse than death. Kanyang Lao Jun had a cold and cruel smile on his face. His intentions. He naturally wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If Dongfang Yuliang failed, he would have a chance to try. But if he wanted to eliminate Dongfang Yuliang, Nebula would not allow it. This would instead cause Kanyang Lao Jun to lose his chance. Thus, Kanyang Lao Jun targeted Dong Pokong and Tan Wufing. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two were loyal and were his right and left arms. He was naturally greatly affected. He was also a smart person. He immediately knelt on the ground and asked Dongfang Naganori's nebula for help. "Master, without these two, Yuliang would not have been able to get here. Please save them." Nebula, however, waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Compassion does not command troops, benevolence does not scheme. Dongfang Yuliang, you are indeed my main body's disciple. But my main body is dead. I am only a nebula that he left behind. My main task is to find a suitable inheritor for the inheritance. My help to you has already reached the limit. Even if you beg, it is useless. Rather than wasting time kneeling on the ground, I advise you to use the time to complete the Gu formation and pass the test." Nebula said this on the surface, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is dangerous now. This immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength. Even when I was alive, I had to be wary. Not to mention now, I am only a will. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him. Quickly complete the Gu formation. This formation is an inheritance and also a method to counter enemies. If you can complete the Gu formation in time, you will be able to use its strength and battle Gu immortals. By then, you might even be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they would never deceive others, their words and actions were all true. But Nebula was a will, he had the ability to deceive others. Dongfang Yuliang heard Nebula's secret transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood Nebula's difficulties. He cried out in sorrow as he stood up, shouting at Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong, "Brothers, you must persevere. I will definitely save your lives." Saying this, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Kanyang Laojun frowned. He willed as flames surged. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's expressions twisted, their cries of pain doubled in volume. They cried out in pain, they wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Rank 5 Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Kanyang Laojun, they were as fragile as puppets, they were at his mercy, they could not die even if they wanted to. Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries of pain, but his mind became clearer, his gaze became resolute, he was not overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes. This was a sign that he was calculating with all his might, he was expending a lot of mental energy. Kanyang Laojun tortured the two for a while, but found that there was no effect. It made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete Gu formation was being completed at a faster rate. Kanyang Laojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori, he had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Kanyang Laojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent Gu immortal. Coming to northern plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world, no matter which one, they were all xenophobic. Especially in northern plains, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was a huge commotion. If his identity as a central continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus, Kanyang Laojun. He preferred to do things secretly, to save time. He would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Kanyang Laojun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang. But he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so, he would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity, he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Kanyang Laojun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Kanyang Laojun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free scholars saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze. But soon, his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again. Even against 2 strength path giant hands, he had no intention of retreating, he wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the free scholar, he was not discouraged, he manipulated the 2 strength path giant hands and attacked free scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack. They are shedding all pretenses, hee. 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fang Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fang Yuan's 2 strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe, he had a tall crown and black hair, he flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the 2 hands could not grab him, Fang Yuan's body shook as he sent out 2 more giant hands. Together with the strength path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 strength path giant hands. Each strength path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fang Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. Any more, and before the strength path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality, he had 8 arms. If he used each arm, he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. For strength path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Sir, is this all you can do?" He was called unfettered, he was proficient in movement. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, they were not fast, thus they could not do anything to Free Scholar. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, Fang Yuan would not be able to seize the opportunity. This was the limitation of giant hands. Even though giant hands were strong, they had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Free Scholar was in an invincible position, he felt a chill in his heart. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy. Especially when He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were still standing behind Fang Yuan, they seemed to be playing around. Were these 2 really stronger? Even if Free Scholar makes a move, he cannot force out their true methods. At the other side, Pai Shuihan, who was also a rank 7 Gu immortal, was also bewildered. No. His gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were not on good terms, they had even fought each other before, they had a grudge against each other. But now that Fang Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shuihan was not an ordinary person, he let go of the grudge in his heart and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fang Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan, the surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. "Come at me." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shuihan. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The 2 immortals looked at each other, one of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous people. You are hiding yourselves, are you righteous path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, Free Scholar. Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals." Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fang Yuan and the rest as righteous path Gu immortals, they were isolated among the demonic path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fang Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu Immortals, inciting the other demonic path Gu Immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu Immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fang Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fang Yuan. At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to speak. You two want to slander me and provoke me? You are underestimating me, and also underestimating the Gu Immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu Immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing. The other demonic path Gu Immortals retreated even further. He Lolan's lips twitched. Fang Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shuihan didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land was not Fang Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fang Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of two rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other two were genuine rank 7 Gu Immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fang Yuan relied on the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the Strength Path Giant Hand was activated for a long time, Fang Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. I have a Wood Path Killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fang Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the Strength Path Giant Hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim." "Fairy, please wait, I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." "Oh." Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 Strength Path Giant Hands and slammed them down. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were below the Giant Hand. Immediately, he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom. It was going to crush him. For a moment, the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shuihan's face tensed up. The Strength Path Giant Hand slammed down with ferocious auras. The spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the Strength Path Giant Hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Fang Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Nebula in Dongfang Naganori was stunned. Not good. Nebula's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom! The 6 Strength Path Giant Hands fiercely slapped the air. The space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the Strength Path Giant Hands. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were destroyed, the concealing illusions disappeared, the immemorial desolate beast-level ruin bat's true appearance was revealed. Such a huge ruin bat. Its body was flat, lying on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters tall. Its bat wings were wide and thick, covering a radius of more than 10 li. The bat wings were slightly lower, its head was the tallest, looking down from above, it looked like a small mountain. There was a huge wound on the ruin bat's back. The wound was very deep. Fang Yuan knew that this was the fatal wound that killed the ruin bat, but he did not know what had caused it. At the edges of the wound, the ruin bat's flesh and fur were almost completely rotten, its white skeleton was exposed. Surrounded by these skeletons, the space path down marks were extremely dense, they weaved into a net and created a small space. In this space, there was a palace that was almost in ruins. Fang Yuan's 6-strength path giant hands had already broken this small space, connecting it to the outside world. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside, whoever gets it first will get it. Kill your way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains was a huge temptation to the demonic path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan directly opened up a passage, igniting the greed in the demonic path Gu Immortals' hearts. When the first demonic path Gu Immortal flew down, the other demonic path Gu Immortals felt an intense sense of urgency, they flew down hurriedly. Free Scholar hesitated. Pai Shuihan had already given up on Fang Yuan, flying down the passage. Free Scholar sighed lightly. After taking a deep look at Fang Yuan, he turned into a white light and charged towards the passage. But at the next moment, 6 new desolate beast-level phantom beasts and an ancient phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with the demonic path Gu Immortals. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan squinted, feeling slightly shocked. Kanyang Laojun was also shocked, the urgency of the situation made him wake up. After snorting coldly, a cruel smile flashed on his face, flames surged, burning Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong into charcoal. These 2 rank 5s were pitiful, peak existences of the mortal world, they had followed Dongfang Yuliang to this stage after much difficulty. But with a thought from Kanyang Laojun, they were completely burned to death. At the same time, Kanyang Laojun snorted coldly. Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground like he was struck by lightning. Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to plot against me. Dongfang Yuliang struggled to stand up, shouting in anger and grief. Kanyang Laojun's pupils turned as he sneered, don't slander me. I did not do anything. Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfang Naganori's nebula. This was Kanyang Laojun's probing. He wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfang Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, this is as far as I can go. Alright, everyone, come out. Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded Old Lord Kanyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable. But the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you? Kanyang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. So this was a plot against me. Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He nodded, that's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfang Wanqiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu Immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first. Kanyang Laojuan's expression was grim. He stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, "So that's it. Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is." "That's right." Nebula nodded, "But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe?" Dongfang Wanshou shouted at this time. "At this point, you have already exposed yourself. It will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Kanyang Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other and did not make a move. Kanyang Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. "Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in. Why did you delay until now?" Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Kanyang Laojun was moved. He realized, "I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits." What a good scheme, a good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents. The star will said, as if admitting old Lord Kanyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. Master. Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled, his tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wu Feng, Dong Pekong and the rest, seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, "Yuliang, no need to think too much. I indeed want to use the wisdom path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real, the wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a wisdom path Gu immortal. And only by truly setting up the wisdom path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy wisdom path Gu immortals. So it is like this." Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild. He admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard, even after his death. He wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong. Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom, and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating astronomy. Chapter 795. Alright, Yu Liang, go and complete your Gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Kanyang Lao Jun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula said slowly. Kanyang Lao Jun took a step back, saying arrogantly, "Humph, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank sixes, together with a mere will, you want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path Gu immortals outside, they are like wolves and tigers, your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long." He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kanyang Laojuan's words were also true, they were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting Celestial Court. I, Dongfang Naganori, even though I am far from star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory Gu formation appeared in the hole. Countless Gu worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs, interweaving in the hole. Compared to this formation, Dongfang Yuliang's perfected Gu formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kanyang Lao Jun saw this and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dongfang Naganori, have such deep attainment in Phantom Path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary Gu formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed. Because the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation were all corporeal. And Gu worms were very fragile. Even if it was the immortal Great Spring-Autumn Cicada, as long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of phantom path, turning the Gu worms that formed the Gu formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the Gu formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path Gu immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the Gu formation and was not afraid of Kanyang Lao Jun destroying it because the Gu formation was phantom. Kanyang Lao Jun could only watch helplessly. But there was nothing he could do. The Gu formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha ha ha. Kanyang Lao Jun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient, he won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kanyang Lao Jun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now, they were as slow as snails. This is... Kanyang Lao Jun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. It looked like a short distance, but it was a condensed space. I spent decades and countless efforts to create this formation. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around it. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path Dao marks in the ruined bat's corpse here. We look like we are only tens of steps away from Kanyang Lao Jun, but the actual distance is more than 1,000 li, Nebula said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were relieved, their eyes shined as they looked at Nebula with deep admiration. Nebula nodded, this is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth, this formation is a huge killing formation. With my wisdom path Immortal Gu as the core and blood path Immortal Gu as the support, once activated, its power is immense, it has the power to split heaven and earth. Especially with the addition of blood path Immortal Gu, it is even more effective against Gu immortals. As long as the Gu formation is activated, not only can we kill Kanyang Lao Jun, we can even kill the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will definitely become famous in Northern Plains, both the righteous and demonic path, as well as the other forces, will be wary of us. After this battle, move this formation back to the tribe's blessed land. If Yu Liang obtains it through my inheritance, he will be the person in charge. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals heard this and became extremely excited. In contrast, Kanyang Lao Jun could not conceal his bewilderment. Nebula continued, when my main body was alive, although I had formed an alliance with the righteous path super forces and made an agreement, in this world, only when one has true strength can one ensure one's safety. All of you must remember, don't place your hopes in the hands of others. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals nodded, expressing their understanding. Dongfang Yikong said anxiously, then Lord Chongfan, there is a traitor in our tribe. Even if we guard against it, it is hard to guard against a traitor. Don't be anxious. Nebula laughed, I have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons, gains and losses. This Gu formation is extremely powerful, but it has a huge flaw. Activating this formation requires the Gu immortal's immortal aperture origin core. What? Many Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were speechless. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture. Once it was taken out, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. And if the Gu immortal did not advance, they would fall back. Once the time was up, the immortal aperture would face heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When the immortal aperture was empty, the Gu immortal's strength would be weak, and if they were careless, they would die from a calamity. With their lives at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon, a Gu immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanqiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, there are losses, there are gains. Lord Chongfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I, Dongfang Wanqiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe. Good. As expected of Lord Wanqiu, I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you to the end. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly, he did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Gu immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded, they had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. No hurry. Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly. I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Gu formation. Once the immortal aperture origin core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it. The Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanqiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, traitor, you better come out, if you don't, it will be too late. Nebula's words. They were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine, if there was really a traitor, after hearing these words, he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kanyang Laojun and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different. He would not want to deal with Kanyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point, I, Wan Xiu, have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wanqiu said hatefully. The star will chuckled, if that's the case, then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu immortals' expressions changed, they felt their immortal apertures shaking, there was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation and let it operate at full speed. Nebula said solemnly. The Gu immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures eventually. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanqiu's eyes shined brightly, he looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries. Nebula chuckled, in this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone, relax, I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good, we will kill these hateful demonic path Gu immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dongfang tribe. The phantom formation shined brightly, the Gu immortals snorted coldly, their expressions were grim, some were frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the phantom formation. It was like a lump of liquid, or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals had flushed faces, some were trembling, some had malevolent expressions, they were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the star will, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered, almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it, I have successfully perfected this Gu formation, I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile, "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation, stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are immortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu immortal, it will be of great help to your future growth." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red, he was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the phantom formation's power, he stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him, there was no power to obstruct him, the chance was fleeting, he immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7th Strength Path Giant hand slammed down, only one was left to protect him. It is time. Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kanyang Laojun flying into the sky, blocking Fang Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals to be stunned. I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment. Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the Phantom Formation Center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth, Dongfang Tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan, ha ha ha. Kanyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. What? Dongfang Wanqiu stared with wide eyes. This is impossible. Dongfang Yikong denied it. How can it be Lord Dongfang Naganori? Everyone, be careful, this is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic. Under this shocking change, Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals could not believe it, they could not accept this fact. Kanyang Laojun could not help but laugh, want you to panic. What a joke, all of you are unable to move, you don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board, you can't do as you please, the joke is that you can't see this fact clearly. He. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's nebula. Dongfang Wanqiu shouted, Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real. Dongfang Yikong questioned, Lord Changfan, say something. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Naganori. What are you trying to do? Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly, as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight, his face was like jade, his eyes were shining with divine light, he had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification grand formation changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Blood light shot out everywhere, forming a thick blood light screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanqiu and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone, it exposed Nebula's lies. Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us? Dongfang Wanqiu's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kanyang Laojun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kanyang Laojun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it? Do we need to sacrifice Gu Immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly shook his head. You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then, I was in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Obtain the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and Gu immortals. But to possess a Gu immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. It had a huge drawback. I was a wisdom path Gu immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path Gu immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the Gu immortal's origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new wisdom path immortal aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kanyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use space path Dao marks to control a phantom beast army. Now it seems that his blood path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kanyang Laojun was thinking. He continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Kanyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kanyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. You are truly scheming, you want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic path Gu immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kanyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, in this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now. Kanyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88-point Jinyang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, but any Gu immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect Gu immortals lost to myriad disintegrations. countless people suffered from this move. Kanyang Laojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense, are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy, these are all precious Immortal Aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula urged. Ha! Kanyang Laojun stood with his hands behind his back, he did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth, watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu Immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu Immortals? Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7, but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The Immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out. Even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red date Immortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 Gu Immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of Immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that. Kanyang Laojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kanyang Laojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick, to break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fong Yuan. The traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fong Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fong Yuan. These demonic path Gu Immortal experts naturally would not let Fong Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fong Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice, it was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fong Yuan did not care, he mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fong Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible. But soon, the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hull shook, Kanyang Laojun could not help but gasp, this is. Nebula's expression also changed, not good. My immemorial ruined bat's corpse has already been modified by me, to stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kanyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed, even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Feng Yuan's pulling mountain immortal goo was one such accident. Immortal goo could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruined bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain immortal goo. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With two sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kenyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life chasing fire. The other demonic path Gu immortals were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shuihan was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shuihan and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shuihan let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames. Like a flaming meteor, he shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path Gu immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shuihan's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path Gu immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shuihan left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kanyang Laojun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's nebula, "How is it?" As expected of the life-chasing fire. Nebula nodded. This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. Gu immortals often put Gu worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used, for example, 1,000 disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished. Unfortunately, this Pai Shuihan did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this and laughed lightly, praising, "Kanyang Laojun, this move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest Gu immortal will lose their foundation. They will lose their will to fight." Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kanyang Laojun's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kanyang Laojun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kanyang Laojun roamed Central Continent in his early years. He was famous. The Gu immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kanyang Laojun moved less, but in terms of battle strength, he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Feng Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shuihan was forced to escape. Kanyang Laojun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire. He praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kanyang Lao Jun. Thus, it would be strange if Kanyang Lao Jun had a good expression. Life chasing fire. Kanyang Lao Jun, why is he here? Fong Yuan floated in the air, looking at the blood veil below him. He was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fong Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a central continent Gu Immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. This was the effect of final afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kanyang Lao Jun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfang Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The Phantom Formation continued to extract the 8 Immortal Aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the Blood Veil. The Blood Veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu Immortal realm. Crack! In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu Immortal inside. What the hell is going on? The Gu Immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu Immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible. This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below? He is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu Immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch-black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed. The iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning. It is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning. It is unpredictable. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dongfang Yuliang from the sky covered in dark clouds. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body. If he was struck by this lightning, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dongfang Naganori's plan to possess another body and revive would come to an abrupt end. It had completely failed. At the moment of life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been frowning and had his eyes tightly shut, forcefully opened his eyes. Within the dazzling white light, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning. An intense shock and anger surged in his heart, Alcade. Falling star lightning. Tribulation hidden within tribulation, damn heaven, you want me to die so badly. Then I will not die. Dongfang Naganori roared in his heart. At the next moment, the phantom formation shined brightly. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, countless beams of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse in all directions. When the beams of light hit some unlucky demonic path Gu immortals, their minds shook and their souls shook, some even directly fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion set off a monstrous air wave, causing the vegetation in the surrounding tens of li to be uprooted. The sky seemed to have collapsed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The demonic path Gu immortals hurriedly retreated. After retreating for 15 li, the white light beam gradually dissipated, and the immortals calmed down slightly. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses, which had been as large and unmoving as a mountain, had completely disappeared. On the empty ground, a young figure appeared, floating proudly as he gazed at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yuliang. R1152. He wanted to see how he could defeat such a strong enemy with his current cultivation. Only to see Dongfang Yuliang slowly stretch out his right arm, his white robe wide sleeves, his right index finger pointed to the sky as he said loudly, Myriad, Star, Fei, Ing. The invading immortals heard this and their auras turned sluggish, their expressions changing. Hataru was known to almost everyone in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. It was Dongfang Naganori's strongest killer move. Dongfang Naganori was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, not just because of his deductions, but more importantly because of his battle strength. Without astonishing battle strength, how could he gain a foothold in the chaotic Northern Plains? Without immense battle strength, how could he lead Dongfang tribe to prosperity again? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Naganori firmly suppressed Pai Shui Han and Free Scholar when he was alive. He was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. And the wisdom path killer move Hataru was the best symbol of Dongfang Naganori's battle strength. This move's illustrious reputation had already entered the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Hataru involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Is it so easy to activate? Shuazhan shouted. He is only a newbie Gu immortal, he has just become an immortal and left the mortal realm, he wants to control so many Gu worms at once. Lu Qingming sneered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tiandu held an immortal Gu in his hand, ready to attack. Humph, Hataru, I was defeated by this move back then. Now, let's see how much power you have. Free Scholar's expression flashed with anger. Are we really not going to attack? He Lulan was moved, but Fang Yuan was the strongest among them. He Lulan had lost self-strength immortal Gu, her battle strength was slightly weaker than before. Wait for a while, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan was just about to tell them his earlier guess, when the sky changed. The dark clouds had just dispersed, the sky was clear. But now, night fell, the world turned dark. The night sky covered the surrounding 1,000 li, countless firefly-like specks of light appeared in the night sky and flew around. Starlight fluttered, it was grand and beautiful. Hataru. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed, they were surrounded by the starlight fireflies. Starlight shone continuously on everyone's faces. Free Scholar's expression was ashen, this was a genuine Hataru, its power seemed to be even stronger than in his memories. But how was this possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal. Even if he had Dongfang Naganori's nebula, which could consume the rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Naganori. How could he be so familiar with using Hataru for the first time, as if he had practiced it countless times? The unfettered scholar was puzzled. Against many people, they could use each other's strength to restrain each other. The battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu immortals to help them. Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people but are not united. We are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts. I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path Gu immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thawed rapidly. Starlight specks appeared around him. They were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a Gu immortal hiding, we have many people. If I retreat without a fight, who in Northern Plains will respect me in the future? Facing a rank 7 expert, the Free Scholar had no choice but to deal with it. He was distracted. Kanyang Laojun used this chance to pull Dongfang Yuliang back. Dongfang Yuliang's skull had just been penetrated. His brain was almost severely injured. At this moment, countless star thoughts gushed out like a fountain from the hole in the skull. After being saved by Kanyang Laojun, Dongfang Yuliang's expression calmed down. Dongfang Naganori's soul had regained control of his body. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. If he had been slightly slower, Dongfang Yuliang's entire brain would have been melted. Dongfang Naganori could be said to have taken a trip to the gates of hell, his life hanging by a thread. Without Kanyang Laojun, he would have died again. What are you doing? Kanyang Laojun saved Dongfang Naganori. He pulled him back while shouting in the latter's ears, his heart still palpitating. Regarding the possession method, Dongfang Naganori had only taught him half of it. The other half, which was the final crucial step, was kept in Dongfang Naganori's hands. Thus, Kanyang Laojun was not willing to see Dongfang Naganori die. Dongfang Naganori had purposely held back. He had schemed against Kanyang Laojun. It was effective now. But even though his life was saved, Dongfang Naganori's expression was ashen. It was quite unsightly. This was because he had gone through immortal ascension in a hurry. He had forcefully endured the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, Dongfang Naganori had deceived the 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals, allowing the phantom formation to draw out 8 immortal aperture origin cores. But these origin cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals. They could not be directly poured into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Naganori turned these origin cores into a blood veil through the effect of Sutra Blood Immortal Gu. He then used the offensive firepower of the demonic path Gu immortals to forge it, treating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin cores as impurities and getting rid of them. After this process, Dongfang Naganori would inject pure immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. There would be no side effects. But the calamities and tribulations were too terrifying. They far surpassed Dongfang Naganori's expectations. In the end, a dangerous situation occurred. At the crucial moment of life and death, Dongfang Naganori had to skip the blood veil forging step. He extracted the 8 Gu immortals' immortal aperture origin cores and poured them into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Even though he had survived the tribulation and became a Gu immortal, But the newly formed immortal aperture contained the wills of the 8 Gu immortals. It was filled with their auras. The bodies and souls of these 8 Gu immortals had already been destroyed in the earth-shattering explosion. But they were betrayed. Their hatred towards Dongfang Naganori was preserved through their wills and auras. He Lulan's gaze focused. It seems that they have just broken the hole and entered. I had an agreement with Dongfang Naganori, but I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan had the highest battle strength among the three. He walked to the front and shouted, "Let's go in first." The three entered the hole and entered Jade Pool Blessed Land. There was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path Gu immortals were fighting against the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense battle. It seems that we came at the right time. He Lulan relaxed. But her tone sank. It is Pai Shui Han. So it turned out. Ever since Pai Shui Han was hit by Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, he could not get rid of it, and was afraid that others would attack him. He could only escape. While escaping, he gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that his clothes were completely undamaged in the fire. Pai Shui Han was enlightened. After thinking for a while, he realized, this life-chasing flame only burns things that are alive, but his own clothes are dead. Thus, they were not harmed. And he had been using healing killer moves. His life force was growing instead, causing his clothes to be burned. After figuring out the answer, Pai Shui Han changed his strategy. He restrained all the life force in his body and extinguished the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to rejoin the Tai Chio battlefield. On the way back, he saw a few people secretly leaving. They were rank 6 demonic path Gu immortals who wanted to take advantage of him. Pai Shui Han was astute. Seeing that these people were following him, he immediately understood their intentions. Anger surged in his heart. He taught them a lesson. The demonic path Gu immortals worked together, but were not Pai Shui Han's match at rank 7. Just as Pai Shui Han was venting his anger, there was a commotion from the battle. 2 rank 6 peak stage demonic path Gu immortals appeared. They were Chia Shermin of Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of Moon Path. These two had a good relationship with one of the demonic path Gu immortals. They tried to mediate. They also persuaded Pai Shui Han not to go to Tai Chio. They might as well go to Dongfang tribe's base. Pai Shui Han was wary of life-chasing fire to begin with. He also heard from Half Moon Brute Master that he had an immortal Gu that could pierce space and enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shui Han thought of Free Scholar, and the unfathomable trio of Fang Yuan. Even if he got the Wisdom Path inheritance, it would only be incomplete and had low value. There was little chance of him using it. He decided to change his direction and charge towards Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic path Gu immortals. When they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brute Master used his method and created a path. Everyone killed their way in, intending to make a quick profit before running away, knowing when to stop. But they found that there were no Gu immortals obstructing them. Just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the rest came in. Seeing 3 black-robed Gu immortals coming in to take advantage of the situation, the closest enslavement path Gu immortal, Chia Shermin, immediately attacked. At his will, 3 desolate beast birds flew out of his immortal aperture and surrounded them. Who are you? I spent so much effort to create a path, you want to take advantage of this situation. Half Moon Brute Master shouted as he slashed with his arm, using a killer move. Pai Shui Han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a headache. It's the 3 of them, why did they come? He knew how powerful Fang Yuan was, but he still attacked. Before attacking, these people had already made an agreement to work together. If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shui Han was slightly slower. Even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength. He could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, when they saw Fang Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shui Han had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds. They acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack. They were powerless. Hee, good. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast bird and squeezed. The desolate beast bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the half-moon berserker and Pai Shui Han as if they were twigs. Xie Shimin and half-moon brute master did not know about this. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded. They were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength. Where did this expert come from? After Fang Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui Han. At the same time, he shouted, Pai Shui Han, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough. As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shui Han a lesson. He was very arrogant. Chapter 803. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly. He was furious. He was a famous expert. It had been a long time since Fang Yuan made such a ruckus. Pai Shui Han did not want to show weakness, but just as he wanted to attack and retaliate against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew over, revealing her rank 7 aura. He Lulan was at the side, activating several immortal Gu without concealment. This was clearly a situation where 3 people were attacking him. Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched. He gritted his teeth and stopped attacking. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, he did not have someone like Free Scholar with him. He was alone, but the other side had the advantage in numbers. Pai Shui Han could not regain his face. He snorted coldly while dealing with the desolate beast, saying to Fang Yuan, didn't all of you come here? Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I am a pushover? I am looking at the big picture. I have a long-term vision. I do not want to argue with a brute like you. There are huge benefits in front of me. If I fight you endlessly, it will be too late to regret after I miss this opportunity. Even though the desolate beasts were fierce, Pai Shui Han's strength was undeniably high. He fought while also conversing with Fang Yuan and the rest. On the other side, Xie Shimin and half-moon barbaric commander paled in comparison. Hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed, standing in the air. She purposely said in a hoarse voice, that makes sense, now is not the time to fight. Why don't we kill them and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves? Fang Yuan purposely shouted in dissatisfaction. He Lulan cooperated well, retorting, there is not enough time. Do you think we are the only ones who want this floor? Since we can come, the others are not fools. The onlookers were not fools, and there would probably be more people coming. And Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. How can he not make preparations in his base? Fairy Li Shan also said, let's leave it like this. How many times have I told you? Number 7, you have to control your temper. Fairy Li Shan purposely shouted with a lecturing tone. Fang Yuan snorted, as if he was obeying her orders. The 3 of them had worked together several times, and now that they had a tacit understanding of each other, their performance was flawless. Pai Shui Han could not help but feel even more fearful. On the other side, Xie Shimin and the half-moon brute master looked at each other. At the same time, he was bewildered. Where did this force come from? Such a character. And he's only in the 7th position, not the leader. Brother Pi, Jade Dan Paradise is so big, it's not something that can be monopolized by either of us. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited, a long night is fraught with trouble. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui Han didn't want to fight with them. Seeing that there was a way out, he tried to save some face and said reluctantly, "Fine. I'll let you guys participate. We've already set a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. There must be a lot of good stuff, and whoever finds it first gets to keep it." It was a stalemate. It could be traded. If we can't, we'll go by strength. Fong Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rule was this? There were no rules. There was no difference between them. Demonic Path Gu masters never trusted each other. Such a rule. It was full of demonic style and had no restrictions. Of course. Earlier, Pai Shui Han and Xie Shimin's rules were definitely not just like this. There should be a rule to split the loot according to cultivation level. Fong Yuan thought to himself. Pai Shui Han was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had the strongest battle strength, he had to protect his own benefits. But times had changed, Fong Yuan and the rest were stronger now, Pai Shui Han was at a disadvantage, he was not stupid enough to suggest such a rule. Xie Shimin and the Half-Moon Brute Master were stunned, they were filled with regret. Why were they in such a hurry? They did not care about the situation. Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Xie Shimin saw that the two sides had reached an agreement, he had no choice but to say, "Sir, please return my 3 desolate birds." Fong Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These good-looking but useless trash, I will return them to you." As he said that, he casually let go of the 3 desolate beast birds, as if they were not worth mentioning. Xie Shimin was filled with anger, he felt unbearable. These desolate beast birds had weak battle strength, but they were easy to control. There was only one beast enslavement Immortal Gu, but there were many ways to control desolate beasts. Wisdom Path, Water Path, Fire Path, and others were all interconnected. Xie Shimin naturally had methods that he did not use, once he activated them, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fong Yuan's side was too ferocious, it would be better if they fought him. But Fong Yuan went to find trouble with Pai Shui Han, he did not even look at them. The 2 demonic Path Gu Immortals did not know the details of Fong Yuan's group, but they knew how powerful Pai Shui Han was. Even Pai Shui Han was restrained, he was at a disadvantage, how could they dare to attack? Thus, Xie Shimin was intimidated, he did not dare to attack even before the battle began. He did not say a word to Fong Yuan's mockery, he endured it silently, not daring to say a word. In fact, Fairy Li Shan was an information path cultivator, her battle strength was average among rank 7s. He Lulan lost Myriad's self, she did not have a true immortal killer move, her battle strength had fallen, she could only be considered a middle tier rank 6 at most. If Fong Yuan fought with Pai Shui Han, as time went on, he would also be at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Fong Yuan's side was actually weaker. But the first was to attack schemes, the second was to attack allies, the third was to attack the city. Fong Yuan's group focused on attacking the enemy's mind, they wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. The strength system might differ from world to world, or they might be very different. But philosophy was universal. No matter which world, the principle of attacking schemes was true knowledge. Only those with brains would want to fight and kill all day long. As long as one had some understanding of politics, they would know that war was just a method, an extension of politics. And the foundation of politics was economics. Economics was benefits, in other words, everything was a struggle for benefits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, lowliness, and arrogance were just masks, they were tools to gain benefits. The two sides discussed and decided to cooperate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool blessed land. They were already at a disadvantage and had no one to command them. But Aunt, how can you be sure that these two are in Jade Pool blessed land? Fairy Li Shan smiled and replied, I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe many times, I know some of their internal affairs. Thatched hut contains the public resources of Dongfang tribe, even Dongfang Naganori cannot take them away. As for minuscule mountain, don't look down on it because it is small, it is a true mountain, it needs to absorb earth chi to stabilize the mountain, it cannot be taken away easily. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori has made an alliance agreement with the righteous path, with minuscule mountain guarding here, the alliance agreement is the most restrictive. Of course, these two treasures can also be secretly moved away. But the possibility is not high, even if it is small, we still have to try. There are tens of thousands of jade ponds, and the thatched hut might be in the same place as last time. Just follow my instructions and sneak over there. Piao Tianji said. Chapter 804. Hei Lolan's expression became even more excited, she quickly replied, Little Aunt, don't worry, I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground. In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the blood stains and continued to send a secret message to Hei Lulan, All right, I will scout for you from the sky, you can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals. Especially that fellow Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and scheming, even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him, the time limit is approaching, you need to be on guard against him. Of course. Hei Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool, his body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water, it was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel-yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low, jewel-yellow skies would take a lot of fees, it was not worth it. If jewel-yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep, it was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth chi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while, they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then, they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain, they needed specific Gu worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this. He also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding Gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Goo worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their goo worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fong Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old goo master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old goo master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fong Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fong Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fong Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fong Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fong Yuan's interest. Fong Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching, its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fong Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal goo, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal goo. It was kept in Langya blessed land. Using this goo to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Fong Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal goo. Other enslavement path goo immortals naturally did not have it either. But when goo immortals use goo, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal goo. For example, flying bear phantom goo was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water path, fire path, light path, wisdom path and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichou? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of goo masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself, and it could be released to kill enemies. He Fingyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal goo. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Fong Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Fong Yuan took the initiative to attack. 2 strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Fong Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Fong Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Fong Yuan did not dodge or evade. Two strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the two strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air, and was still some distance away from its target, Fong Yuan, when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the two strength path giant hands. It twisted its body, but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur. Tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Fong Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand, a total of 5, flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Fong Yuan's body was not big. He was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Brute Master heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fong Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fong Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fong Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fong Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate. But he had surpassed a great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious. How could they leave them for a desolate beast? Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its 2 front paws covering between its 2 hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fong Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the half-moon brute master in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The half-moon brute master naturally could not see Fong Yuan's true appearance, but he felt that Fong Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning hot body. The half-moon brute master felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel. He's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult, life is not easy. The half-moon brute master swallowed his saliva, and with a flash, he quickly went far away, with a hint of fleeing. Floating astronomy. Fang Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way, and saw many mortal goo masters from time to time. Some of these goo masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks and so on. After Fang Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden goo masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shui Han and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with goo immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, goo immortals were extremely rare, they were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, goo immortals also faced the pressure of survival, they were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, goo immortals were just legends, they did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were the core of Dongfang tribe, they knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals, it was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance, they scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's goo immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic path goo immortals like Fang Yuan cared more about benefits, they could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts, they managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fang Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious, he started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fang Yuan kept his guard up. According to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature, it was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he flew further away, Fang Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60, they were not far from each other, they were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fang Yuan's mind moved. His body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first, the regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast, you actually want to keep it all to yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he saw 2 demonic path goo immortals standing at the edge of a pool, they were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. But now, Fang Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket, this was different. The regretful spiders in the immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten, it was hard to spit them out, they belonged to the goo immortal. The indifferent demonic path goo immortal saw that Fang Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the goo immortal situation beside him, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path goo immortal saw that the person beside him did not move, his heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river, it was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. Alright, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry, time is pressing. Fang Yuan impatiently urged. Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I? The extorted demonic path goo immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old, do I still need to deceive you two juniors? Fang Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, two strength path giant hands flew out. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Gu immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the immortal aperture's small world. Beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fang Yuan. Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fang Yuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool, they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here, they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fang Yuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope. She said to He Lulan, Fang Yuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves, he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by. He Lulan had suffered at Fang Yuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fang Yuan. Sure enough, at the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly descended from the sky, quickly approaching them. His target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered, her expression sank. Fang Yuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary, it was not eye-catching. But Fang Yuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path Gu Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Gu immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fang Yuan activated his defenses and was about to enter, when two figures appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait. Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you two. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end, he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Gu immortal. She had thick skin. She continued, that's right. This place was named Captivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. I urge you two to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside. It is easy to take them, why take the risk? What? Fang Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading, Fang Yuan, since we found minuscule mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended, and most importantly, there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place, even if we have all the demonic path Gu immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, saying, Fang Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is minuscule mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Feng Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his face was covered, he stood proudly in the sky. There were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared. After entering the water, it did not dare to fight Feng Yuan, it swam deeper into the water. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal goo pulling water. Feng Yuan's body shook, he stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up, it was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. After Feng Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen, it was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it, they raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Feng Yuan was excited, he started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Feng Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal goo, it was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed goo worms. In the jewel yellow skies, goo immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now, it is mine, ha ha ha. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, he activated pulling water immortal goo without stopping for a moment. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal goo, otherwise, he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam bam bam, far away, the sounds of goo immortals fighting could be heard. As Feng Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking Cultivating Sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Innerheart. In this world, things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice. Especially Fangtsuan Mountain, it was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal goo was Mountain Pledge goo. It was an information path goo immortal. But looking at their battle, they mostly used wood path methods. It was evident that he cultivated wood path, his immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in The Legends of Ren Zut increased the attractiveness of minuscule mountain. But to take away Fangtsuan Mountain, how could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult, and the hope was very slim. That demonic path goo immortal told this information to Feng Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already goo immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of Cultivating Sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge. How could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path Gu immortals had their own way of doing things. Fang Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Tai Chiu, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path Gu immortals, how could Dongfang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over minuscule mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great, so great that the Gu immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water. Its eyes were red as it attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this, for strength path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Fang Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Fang Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources, and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lulan's side was still coming from afar, but Fang Yuan did not even look back. He flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They are known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dongfang tribe has more than 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were rare in number. They were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu immortals could not catch them without specific methods. They could only watch and sigh. Fang Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool. They were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he was fearless against Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Qian." The demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening, "Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring. You actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu immortal Zhou Qian laughed, "Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior, but Junior has some attainments in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Free Scholar, Hei Qing, and female immortal Liao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm, he had trump cards, he had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu immortals who specialized in movement. They were usually undefeatable, they could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and True Solid Bat Wings, it was not an immortal killer move, he was still inferior to Zhou Qian. Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here, don't fall into my hands in the future. Fang Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone, Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal. Junior does not have many requests. Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words, he moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu immortal for no reason, he did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's words hid Zhou Ping's weakness, he could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping, flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small, there were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish, they had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish, they were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish, their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right, they only floated up and down, like balloons in the water. Fang Yuan had raised this fish before, it was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fang Yuan had a hard time, he was short of funds, he had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms, a portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly, they would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all Gu immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small, in terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan looked around, there were no demonic path Gu immortals like Zhou Ping, he immediately activated pulling water immortal Gu and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's 3rd most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves. You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight. At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool blessed land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded, old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind. Chapter 808. As it turned out, in Tai Chiu battlefield, after Fang Yuan and the rest left, Dongfang Naganori gradually suppressed his internal threat, the battle situation improved. He was astute, not long after Fang Yuan left, he immediately realized the situation. He immediately guessed that these 3 mysterious black-robed Gu immortals were likely to attack his base. However, he had made arrangements in Jade Pool blessed land, he was not worried, he was happy to see these demonic path Gu immortals split up. He could deal with Free Scholar with ease. But soon, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang tribe's #1 treasure. It was set up by Dongfang Naganori with great care. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could last for some time. How could he have lost contact with him without a sound? Dongfang Naganori immediately changed his strategy. He gave up on Taichio battlefield and rushed back to his base. Free Scholar saw that Dongfang Naganori was escaping. He chased after him. Dongfang Naganori did not tell Kanyang Laojun about the final crucial step. The latter followed Dongfang Naganori, fighting as he moved. The two flew while fighting in the sky. The battlefield moved rapidly. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched Hut was nowhere to be seen. Jade Pool Blessed Land was also destroyed. There was a huge hole in it. Seeing that the demonic path Gu immortals were plundering resources without restraint, Dongfang Naganori was furious. He saw that enslavement path Gu immortal Chia Min was using a unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori was so angry that countless star thoughts emerged from his head, causing his hair to fall off. He was truly seething with anger. Demonic path scoundrel, this is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Dongfang Changfan pointed with his finger, disregarding the huge expenditure of immortal essence. He activated his trump card killer move, Hataru. He Lulan and the rest were still attacking Captivating Sea when they saw countless flying stars raining down. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering in the wind and the stars were dazzling. Such a beautiful scene caused everyone to be extremely vigilant, and they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and changed their attacks. They flew up into the sky and charged towards Dongfang Naganori. The current situation was very different from Taichio. On the battlefield of Taichio, a group of demonic path Gu immortals fought intensely and competed with each other for a wisdom path inheritance. However, Dongfang Naganori's possession had left this wisdom path inheritance in his mind. There was little hope of successfully seizing the inheritance. But now, in the vast Jade Dan Blessed Land, countless resources were open for anyone to take. As long as he killed Dongfang Naganori, he would be able to reap the benefits. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortals swept away the restraints of their internal strife and attacked together with high spirits. There was a feeling of unity. The demonic path Gu immortals attacked together. Dongfang Naganori's expression turned ugly as he felt immense pressure. Blocking left and right, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Kill him. The whole of Jade Dan Blessed Land will be ours. Half Moon Brute Master shouted. Besides this Jade Dan Blessed Land, there is also that old scoundrel Dongfang's Wisdom Path inheritance. That is the #1 Wisdom Path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiruo's eyes shined brightly. I can even give up on the Wisdom Path inheritance, I only want his possession method. Pai Shuihan had a cold expression, his hands did not stop moving, his attacks were like an avalanche. Dongfang Naganori retreated rapidly, but with Kanyang Laojuan's help, he stabilized his footing. Dongfang Naganori had minuscule mountain, he also had Kanyang Laojuan's protection, he was undefeatable. As long as Hataru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory, he would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains' Gu immortal world with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly, but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic path Gu immortals were lone wolves, they considered everything for themselves, they did not want to expend too much energy, it was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic path Gu immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away." The demons looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Fang Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Fang Yuan in anger, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now, they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat. Everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat. He even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating astronomy. Chapter 809. You, how can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, reprimanding. My literature carp group, my fish group. Zhou Qian shouted angrily. We are fighting a difficult battle here, but you are taking benefits from us. Taking advantage of us. Pai Shuihan's eyes shined with a dark light, his tone was cold. My literature carp group, give me back my fish group. Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Naganori. By then, wouldn't we have everything? Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. Damn it, give me back my fish group, I want justice. Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands, as if he was just a housekeeper. All of you, shut up. If you continue like this, I will beat you up. Fang Yuan was very fierce, his aura surged, there was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. You! Zhou Qian's eyes were wide open, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had to show his fierceness. To prevent these demonic Path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he had 2 mysterious companions. Forget about that rank 6 black-robed Gu immortal, the crucial thing is this rank 7, she might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She promised not to harm Dongfang tribe. But now, she is here, no wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu. Everyone knew that old ancestor Xue who wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dongfang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Fang Yuan of course knew what the Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons and successfully monopolize the group of proscarps. Just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words. While everyone's impression was deepening, Dongfang Changfan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dongfang Yikong's. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Scoundrel, you actually dared to take away my literature carp. I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me, do you know how much I had to pay for these proscarp? I want you to die a horrible death." He shouted as he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly, and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed a flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dongfang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kanyang Lao Jun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the pros carp group was taken away by Fong Yuan, Dongfang Ikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality. They were only different in quantity. Dongfang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised minuscule mountain and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fong Yuan shouted from afar, "What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated. Why don't you take this chance to kill him?" The other demonic path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fong Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, free scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tiandu, Shi Ho, Lu Qingming, He Ruo, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kanyang Lao Jun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking. The mini-man Gu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. It's fine. Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you? The mini-man Gu immortal was going crazy. Persevere. Kanyang Lao Jun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. I will stop him. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment, he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now, he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him. He had to continue acting. On Fairy Li Shan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used wood path in battle, while Kanyang Lao Jun was a fire path Gu immortal. be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 8-10. Fang Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kanyang Lao Jun. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of the life-chasing fire, but even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless group strength goo and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence, and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now, the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high. This won't do. Fairy, block him first, I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure. I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea, to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kanyang Lao Jun, her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time. It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him, he directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious. While fighting intensely, she replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily. The Free Scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Li Shan and the others. There were also some gains. In the entire demonic Tao community, he, the Free Scholar, contributed the most, but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically, and he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could Immortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all, and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal goo masters. In an instant, he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal goo masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people. My family. I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly, they unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them, he charged downwards, his desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the mini-man Gu Immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up minuscule mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons, countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The mini-man Gu Immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty, there were only a few Gu Immortals chasing after him, there was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kanyang Lao Jun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death, he took the risk to charge out, minuscule mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape. Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious, they did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan, they shouted angrily, chase him. Don't let him escape. At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape, he tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kanyang Lao Jun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Li Shan. At once, both sides were like headless flies, flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu Immortals in flying. These Gu Immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu Immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method, Gu Immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick, kill some Dongfang Gu masters, make him make a mistake. Free Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was already doing it. He used his strength path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu masters, Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time, someone shouted, Chia Shermin. Chia Shermin captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier, he wants to sell them as slaves. Chia Shermin was furious, these were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. Chia Shermin. Free Scholar shouted as he chased. Make the sacrifice, we will compensate you double after the battle. Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Chia Shermin wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious, they showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills, the key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal rank 5, he had a deeper connection with his tribesmen. Every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kanyang Lao Jun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle. Fairy Li Shan could not stop Kanyang Lao Jun. They managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes. They had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions. Even while flying, rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Lao Jun suffered countless attacks. He was covered in injuries, his beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kanyang Lao Jun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. Retreat, we cannot stay here for long. Kanyang Lao Jun sighed, transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. Where there is life, there is hope. The mini-man Gu Immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on. He quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat. He looked at Jade Pool blessed land with reluctance. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing. A true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Another Dongfang tribe's gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, watch carefully, I am going to kill them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this. Dongfang Naganori was enraged. Myriad path flying stars slammed down. Fang Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head-on, he immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, it fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed, not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness, their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end, they had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established, they could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool blessed land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool blessed land's entrance closed. Only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them, the rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool blessed land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew, everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast, there was no end to them. They gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group, there was Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Lao Jun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. In the second group, there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Chia Shermin, and Divine Lord Tiandu. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Zhuozhan, Shirho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kanyang Lao Jun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, "I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you. Teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks, my patience is running out." You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step. We just need to spend time, energy, and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kanyang Lao Jun, afraid that he would target him. He could only impart the possession method to him. Kanyang Lao Jun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. "I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence." He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tiandu looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, "Everyone, please continue to fight. I'm powerless." If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. "Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave, I will lure them away." After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Mini-Man Gu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. "You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet." However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the Mountain of Mind and Heart. "Brother Fang, there's no need to say any more. Take care." Mountain of Mind and Heart. Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Li Shan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the 3 pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Chia Shermin roared, "As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him, it won't be too late to search his soul." Fang Yuan and the rest closed in, but at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. "Not good, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Chia Shermin's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Chia Shermin's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded, the war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. Chase me again, Chie Min will be your example. Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier, it was just an act, it was a trap. Chie Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal, he had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly, he became numb and was killed in one hit. Chase! He's bluffing. Pai Shui Han stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, this attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Chie Min's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Chie Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time, Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han did not have much hope. But soon, there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move, if he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han conversed for a while, they decided to work together for now, they would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered, a figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shui Han shouted, "Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal Gu, to think it was true." The two figures had the same aura, they were exactly the same, they split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Fang Yuan quickly took out the Dongfang Gu master captive from his immortal aperture, shouting again, "Dongfang Naganori, I am going to kill your tribesmen again." Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands to attack the gathering points, killing a large number of Dongfang tribesmen. During this process, he secretly hid many captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Naganori ignored him, Fang Yuan's hopes were dashed. He could not distinguish them, he could only grit his teeth and randomly choose the one on the left, continuing to chase after it. Along the way, after a while, Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards two different directions. Fang Yuan felt bad, what could he do if this continued? But his immortal essence was almost expended, the strength path giant hands flew slowly, ordinary mortal killer moves could not even touch Dongfang Naganori's clothes. R1152. Dongfang Naganori understood, in a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now, they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields, protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body, his soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body. It was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest, as long as the body did not die. The will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source, They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now, he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way, then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirits surged, everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortal's wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in the legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self-Gu is that? That is Renzu's self-Gu. That is Renzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe. Dirty and despicable person, everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted together. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you, that is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree, this is my grand achievement, but you are just hiding under the tree, eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu Immortals' wills seemed to have fallen into a huge wave, they could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, he fought intensely with the group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly, wanting to possess them. At the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu immortal sighed. Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh. You killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? In this world, there are only eternal benefits, there are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sent some of your Central Continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu immortal lifespan extension method. It is called possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88 Point Jinyang Tower, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the True Inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it, I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring. Spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now... He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chang Fan, this name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the 3 super forces, joined forces for the Grand Martial Arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family. Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline, I really feel ashamed for you. You. He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful, you are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life, you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. He, this is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. All right, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition, heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together, at this moment, experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment, they understood Dongfang Naganori, they also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori. Even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master, the 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my, Dongfang Naganori's, great ambition, heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end, he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide, he found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu Immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu Immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled, I guessed. I chased after your clone, but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought, there was something fishy about you killing Chia Shermin earlier. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle, his soul was extremely weak, how could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this, he used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form, he did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 8:14. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 18. Renzu stepped on his own path of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him. O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe, but if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself, you have to innovate, you have to leave your own footprints. After Renzu received the guidance, he realized at once, he was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground, and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps, it was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where Edge-gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Renzu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Renzu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time, he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Renzu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Renzu nodded, he understood. Thus, he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground, he left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Renzu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Renzu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time. Renzu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood, along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Renzu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. he no longer got lost, he did not wander around the same path, he stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Renzu was tired from walking, he lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of Ordinary Abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of Ordinary Abyss, Renzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange, he searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest, he could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke self-gu, "O human, I have thought of a way to get out of Ordinary Abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than Ordinary Abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon, he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than Ordinary Abyss? Self-gu, use the blood of your feet to plant this forest, these are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart, you should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in Ordinary Abyss, you can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Renzu tried using self-gu's method. The blade stabbed into his heart, he felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge, it was much bigger than the original tree. Renzu was in pain but also happy, he continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of Ordinary Abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, Hope-gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as Ordinary Abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. "Father, father!" The daughter jumped into Renzu's arms. She was very loving. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained, he was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul strength fluctuations were captured by Fang Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains say, "If you want a soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, hehe, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. Oh. You are so confident. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands, he could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan did not care, he used soul-searching methods. At once, Dang Hun Palace turned dark, eerie winds blew, ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Fang Yuan revealed his true form, a towering immortal zombie body, his skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression, fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood-red, his 8 arms were stretched out, his monstrous claws were huge and sharp, one of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver, but he soon calmed down and allowed Fang Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Fang Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled, waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended. Fang Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose, it was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression, it fluctuated again and transmitted information. Fang Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled, "Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal Gu to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want." After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, "Now, I'm gone, and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique." Then, he changed the topic, "But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques, and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal Gu master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you, even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Changfan, at this stage. "At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day, I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method." He he he. Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. "Looks like you don't understand the soul Tao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul, unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul." "Oh. It's like this." Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out air sac Gu. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal Gu, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon, Fang Yuan crushed the air sac Gu along with the guts Gu stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What Gu worm is this? It is only a mortal Gu, but it can heal my soul." At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, "Guess." Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all, even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent, but soon fluctuated again. "There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu. What you crushed earlier should be Air Sac Gu, you bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies." "Smart. But you are only half right, Air Sac Gu is my creation, and Guts Gu is my business." "What? It's you." Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using Guts Goo to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great goo worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second, the largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad goo, but Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad goo? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a goo refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li Ji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. Oh. There is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method, it was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the goo formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed, he did not conceal it. The phantom goo formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 goo immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think, if he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the phantom beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruined bat's identity to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, this Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruined Bad Corpse Mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruined Bad Corpse Mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruined Bad Corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Feng Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Naganori for the third time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Feng Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke. All of his plans to rule over the world disappeared. All of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Feng Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Feng Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Tao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Feng Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the phantom beast army and other methods. This wisdom path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to wisdom path. Feng Yuan sighed. This gain. It was too abundant. A complete inheritance, no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Feng Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Feng Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path. Even though I still have the first aperture, I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead. I cannot cultivate anymore. But Feng Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. If he included the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Fang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason, that was, rank 9 wisdom goo. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, wisdom goo was hidden. Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage, the thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal goo was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought goo and memory thought goo could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Fang Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining goo almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Fang Yuan's deductions. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time-flow ratio between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1:5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal goo master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal, I have many immortal goo, immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was not too worried, he had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 8:17. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfang tribe's Gu master captives. Although Fang Yuan killed Dongfang Qin Yu and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dongfang tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine Gu and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Fang Yuan shook his head, instructing, Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal Gu in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives, he is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, Master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Fang Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded, unknowingly, his immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Gu trade had doubled, not counting the profits, there was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Gu, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the wisdom path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Gu refinement. The immortal yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of Gu refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly Gu. The prose carp was very valuable. But the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana, I can sell it directly, Fang Yuan thought. These three. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income, that was the guts Gu trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one guts Gu after all. The production of guts Gu was limited. Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine immortal Gu. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of Gu recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate wisdom path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these three businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from immortal yuan stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved, they all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several star path Gu immortals and paid a sum of immortal yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a wisdom path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time, he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of Gu immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method, I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, as an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it, we can cooperate? Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Feng Yuan. He sensed that Feng Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Feng Yuan could speak, he continued, if we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul, do you think I can harm you? As he spoke, he kept encouraging Feng Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Feng Yuan smiled, as expected of Dongfang Naganori. You were silent earlier, I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. Oh. I said it before, you and I are the same type of people, we both have ambitions and aspirations. The soul fluctuated again. But Feng Yuan's words changed, precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better. Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Feng Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. Ha ha ha, you can't fool me, you are moved. Feng Yuan nodded. Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method. The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own path's methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, phantom path master, space path master, soul path master, enslavement path master, and blood path master. Feng Yuan was a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, refinement path quasi-grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, enslavement path master, and transformation path master. As for soul path, space path, time path, dream path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon phantom path, it was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were at least flying master. Because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming Gu immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Feng Yuan might have 2 paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Chapter 8:18. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time, it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes and experiences. Gu Immortal Han Dong is already dead. He was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts. He was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Thatched Hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, Thatched Hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our Devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yilyang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the immortal Gu in his body. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Tai Bai Yunqing used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to modify his immortal soul, there is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary. He was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Mikoto. Tai Bai Yunqing's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Mikoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. He had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunqing's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Mikoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Mikoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunqing's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Mikoto for now. My cleansed soul immortal Gu needs food long ago. This White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yilyang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. It could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal Gu he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture. Maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land. They were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal Gu. But the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion, like a huge wave. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower escaped. Northern Plains Gu Immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 Gu Immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was no longer as chaotic, there were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the central continent Gu Immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the super-force Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless Gu Immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped, it had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel, Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help Hu Immortal Blessed Land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense, it was better not to show himself. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was starving to its limit, it needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to feed it. But Immortal Gu are unique, even though they are precious, Cleansed Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Gu as the core, even if Cleansed Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with Self-Strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleansed Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Gu were external objects, his own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point, he had never been blinded by greed. A few days later. Northern Plains, near the place where Gu Immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, Gu Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant Immortal Gu aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Xia Shermin left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The central continent Gu Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet. Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. After 3 Thatched Demon Immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into Thatched Hut, naming it Thatched Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much, it was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manners Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into Northern Plains with his Mortal Gu Master Cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly, he was very subtle about it. Alright, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that Fairy Li Shan, since she fought together with that Strength Path Immortal zombie, they have a close relationship, she definitely knows many secrets. A Gu Immortal said impatiently. That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains demonic path, so be it in the past, but now, old ancestor Shui who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang and follow the public account. You will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 8:19. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Zhouge could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shuihu, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' snowy mountain blessed land, the 4th Peak's lord, Li Ping King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Ping King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Ping King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body, he was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar, he had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord. Gongzi Mo Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush, they had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind. Let's attack, the longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Jie Shimin. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly, now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the Free Scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Lao Jun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars, it has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our central continent, they are all extremely slippery. Earlier, in the Battle of Tai Chiao and Jade Pool Blessed Land, The number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. Hee. As long as Lord Feng Jioge takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jioge's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the central continent Gu immortals. But Feng Jioge said, let's retreat. Saying so, without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other, they could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away, the immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jioge. The ambush earlier was Feng Jioge's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Jioge was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Jioge's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Jioge looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shuehu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight. This Northern Plains is really, Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain, they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Dang Hun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves, their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Jioge smiled lightly, saying, that Strength Path Immortal Zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan? The immortals were speechless, they could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the number 1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Jioge was so daring, he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. Old ancestor Shuehu sat on a large chair. He held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain, all of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way. They barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Mini-Man on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wanshou. She was old ancestor Shuehu's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension? Old ancestor Shuehu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wansho nodded. I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it. She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the mini-man goo immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving mini-mans were shivering in fear, huddling together. Monster. So scary, don't eat me, I have too little flesh, I won't even be enough to fill your teeth. Lady Wansho was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the mini-man, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wansho looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. Sisterly Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path goo immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal goo, she changed it to her core Immortal goo and became an Information Path goo immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path blessed land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Mini-Man tribe, they complemented each other. Sisterly Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, this proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing. Lady, you are wrong. Old Ancestor Shwehu shook his head. On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo and use Mahong Yun as the main goo refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this minuscule mountain, it is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up, we will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather goo refinement materials. This time, she had snatched away Fengtsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter. Yao Huang's letter. Lady Wansho was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant Sun Immortal, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shuehu about returning Minuscule Mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wansho knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wansho could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shuehu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses. Old ancestor Shuehu laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head on. Old ancestor Shuehu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. The central continent goo immortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioga's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Howl! Midway through the flight, an ancient desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The central continent goo immortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from white heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The central continent Gu immortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the central continent Gu immortal, Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The central continent Gu immortal souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge central continent only had one person like Feng Joga. The central continent Gu immortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the central continent Gu immortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike." Bu Fei Yan's gaze wavered. She put herself in Old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes, with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chunjinchi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These central continent Gu immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas, the Tao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Tao marks, some were filled with lightning path Tao marks, some were filled with wind path and soul path Tao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain-blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Tao marks in each area are much more than what we obtain through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The central continent Gu immortal started to retreat. Only Feng Joga was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm, as if he could not see the dangers around him. The central continent Gu immortals saw Feng Joga like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it. Feng Joga is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed. If 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Joga. He disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The central continent Gu Immortals followed behind Feng Joga. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu Immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Joga, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. The Immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Joga looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu Immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in white heaven. The Gu Immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in white heaven, the 3 sides were no longer evenly matched. Old Ancestor Shui who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord by Zhu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old Ancestor Shui Hu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Joga let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate, he immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The Immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak, they quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could not take it anymore. He spoke, "Old friend Shuehu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle." Yao Huang also spoke. "Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shuehu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future." Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old Ancestor Shuehu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, "You two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for?" Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook, the earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear, there was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if Northern Plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom! 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 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Joga, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu Immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The Gu Immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain-blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu Immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old Ancestor Shuehu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Joga looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, "Sky-splitting powder, it even split white heaven." The demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. "We welcome old ancestors' arrival." After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old Ancestor's strength is boundless, he is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wan Shou went up alone. "Husband." She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. "Don't worry, I have my misgivings." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, they do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old Ancestor Shuehu smiled lightly, saying, "But this time, the white heaven above was broken, I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome." After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wan Shou relaxed. She pointed at old Ancestor Shuehu's broad chest and rolled her eyes. "Oh you." It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huang Jin super forces. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old Ancestor Shuehu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old Ancestor Shuehu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fengjing path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old Ancestor Shuehu needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. He sent many demonic path Gu immortals to gather Gu refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts and conflicts. In the future, there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old Ancestor Shuehu's main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old Ancestor Shuehu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Feng Yuan was old and experienced, he could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Gu immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly. Every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Gu immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Feng Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. Alright, Feng Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted, to complete the transaction. Now, we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of white lotus giant silkworm goo and a large number of star-thawed goo to Fang Yuan. The refinement process of a goo worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the goo recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the goo refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the goo refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac goo were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread, they would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine goo obediently. Goo refinement had its risks, it was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, goo worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the goo refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown. Their limbs would be crippled, they would no longer be able to refine goo worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 8:23. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of laws, while immortal goo were fragments of the great Tao. Goo refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the goo refinement and were injured, some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human goo masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine goo day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep, with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human goo masters, it would be impossible. Human goo masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time, without rest or entertainment. They would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing, or even use force to rebel. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human goo master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare goo refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Mini-Man tribe. She could control the Mini-Man tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Mini-Man tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of goo refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Fong Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time, He Lulan also suggested, Fong Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The guts goo trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Fong Yuan to participate in the guts goo transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the guts goo trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Fong Yuan nodded. To solve this problem, we have to start from 2 aspects. The first was to modify the goo recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men, so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Goo recipes were refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the goo recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Fong Yuan had wisdom goo. Although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Fong Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a goo recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fong Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression, the second method is not easy either. He was thinking about the White Lotus giant silkworm goo now. This time, he soul-searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus giant silkworm goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus giant silkworm goo, but Fong Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time, Fong Yuan confirmed once again, Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus giant silkworm goo was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave, the heavenly power of nature created it, it was an environment suitable for the White Lotus giant silkworm goo to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these goo worms, he did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation, they played a crucial role. The remaining White Lotus giant silkworm goo were now in Fong Yuan's hands. Now, those who lost to Fong Yuan had 2 choices. One was to use the limited amount of White Lotus giant silkworm goo in his hands to research and experiment, reverse deduce the goo recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture White Lotus giant silkworm goo. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of White Lotus giant silkworm goo in the future. But if it failed, these White Lotus giant silkworm goo would be used up in experiments, there was not enough to feed them, the remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, cleansed soul immortal goo would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of White Lotus giant silkworm goo was not enough, at most, it could only allow cleansed soul immortal goo to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Fong Yuan originally had a vague hope, he hoped to obtain some new White Lotus giant silkworm goo from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Fong Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes, he finally made up his mind. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Feng Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Feng Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Feng Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Feng Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities, all sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Feng Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier, he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Feng Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path, there were thoughts, wills, and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it. How many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Feng Yuan. All along, Feng Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Feng Yuan sighed. If I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Feng Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you. It has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, vanishing immortal essence scattering rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous vanishing immortal powder, it can't be this strange and powerful, our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain du Stain. Thus, we came to this round. We were hit by the vanishing immortal powder but could not defend against it, we could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Sue Byman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly, he said. The immortals quickly conversed, after getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of goo immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary goo immortals, it was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus, they had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good, this battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves, Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence, not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves. He even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation, there is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside, together with immortal scattering primordial rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used, the goo immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression, he stared at the wisdom path goo immortal in the group and shouted, Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move. Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound, it surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My wisdom path inheritance is already mostly incomplete, I cannot think of a way to decipher it. This Budan was actually a living person, a wisdom path goo immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie, Shark Demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance, it was different from the other 4 regions, it was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living goo immortals. These living goo immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding, he said in a dejected tone, Budan is useless. We can only use profound ice house and forcefully blast it, see if we can create a path. The other goo immortals were overjoyed, some had shining eyes, to think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Ice House in this trip. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful, it was a dominating force, it was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others, it had 3 immortal goo houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal goo house, it could barely be activated, its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife, Su Bai Man, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunqing is, he must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting, no need. The route map is not constant. After a few Earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before immortal goo to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan, we cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Bai Man immediately dispelled her thoughts, she looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind, he affectionately embraced Su Bai Man, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently, I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time, we used Profound Ice House, our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter, in this world, who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now, we have hope of rebirth, don't be afraid, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband, Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li, the sky was clear, the sea and the sky merged into one, occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunqing flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's iron crown eagle strength goo burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist, mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War, there was still a gap between goo immortals and mortals. Most mortal goo masters had only heard of immortals, they had never seen one, many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunqing was a Northern Plains goo immortal after all, in Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider, thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan, he took on the mission of healing the sea area in Hai Shi Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land, he was there. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Fang Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Fang Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Gu. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks on the Gu Immortal's body. Gu Immortals had Dao marks on their bodies, Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks, while fire path Gu Immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Gu Immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Chapter 827. Hataru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hataru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu Immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hataru. The more time passed, the stronger Hataru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu Immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hataru's usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hataru as a regular method, its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow, most Gu Immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hataru is almost on par with my current Myriad Self-Killer move. Of course, my Myriad Self-Killer move has a lot of potential, Hataru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no wisdom path Dao marks. Unless I walk the wisdom path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hataru killer move needed 3 wisdom path Immortal Gu as the cores. Fang Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the Immortal Gu were detonated, not a single one was left for Fang Yuan. Among these 3 wisdom path Immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. In this wisdom path inheritance, there were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal Gu. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Gu, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals all had Wisdom Path Dao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Just like how Fang Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra. It could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary goo immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their immortal goo and immortal killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Dao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had star-thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But for Fang Yuan, it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path goo immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path immortal goo as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine immortal goo. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path goo immortal, but he could still search Tai Bai Yunqing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunqing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Dang Han Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him, he was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunqing smiled. He was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. Now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed. To him, Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai Bai Yunqing smiled bitterly. He said with lingering fear, I am different now. I have just entered Eastern Sea. I am already attracting attention. I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me. I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall. it is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fong Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile, "Junior brother, you are making fun of me." I have heard these words so many times, they have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fong Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Ren Zhu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is, Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fong Yuan, saying again, "I would like to hear the details." Fong Yuan spoke frankly, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contain some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao, Gu masters using Gu were using Tao, Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fong Yuan paused for a moment, before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fong Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fong Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fong Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth, it only has Tao marks at most. Take my Hu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks, that is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time, it has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunqing nodded repeatedly, agreeing, "That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks, thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least, thus there are no mountains in the blessed land, the soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, but when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high." As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing, that is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Feng Yuan continued. A blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison goo worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal goo are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed, mortal goo will be useless. Why can immortal goo not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal goo are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies, like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal goo fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about goo immortals. When goo immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But goo immortals have immortal bodies, they are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a goo immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the goo immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land suppression will be. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was a blood path goo immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks, they were much fewer than the Tao marks on his body. When Feng Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode, the Tao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. And in the world of goo masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching, he merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, goo immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary goo masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary goo immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations, they could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunqing, who was in the Gu Master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunqing would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunqing's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunqing bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives, his enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just as simple, Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunqing, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 830. The killer move time assist luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had two flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce, soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods, they could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path Gu immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use time assist luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, 1 day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the Gu immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a Gu immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Fang Yuan kept time luck immortal Gu and the other mortal Gu, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal Gu, I cannot see the changes in my luck, I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal Gu, he could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water, the amount was the same. Fang Yuan's bowls suddenly had more water, he would immediately divide it into 4 portions, 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Fang Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks, at times, he climbed and grabbed long vines, flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast, it was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands, and other places. Yi Fan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face goo is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 goo. It can change the appearance of a male goo master. I am currently being hunted down. This goo worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no! I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face goo escape. Just as Yi Fan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yi Fan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a goo worm that specializes in capturing wild goo, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yi Fan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yi Fan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave, when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yi Fan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue face goo. But this blue face goo had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild goo worm, there would be strong resistance from the goo worm's will, but now that the goo worm was extremely weak, Yi Fan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face goo like this. Yi Fan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face goo, there were 3 other wild goo worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western Desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Hanli breathed heavily. His feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Hanli, a rank 3 goo master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Hanli heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Hanli couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 goo master chasing after Hanli was extremely anxious. Hanli was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the goo master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 goo master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement goo, thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder. The other party is only immortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable. They are materials for refining rank 5 goo. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th and 6th young Gu masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed, the winner will be one of Chao Yu, Xiaolon, and Lu Wen. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes, this was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the Blessed Land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period, he did not stop, he did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading, this could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion, and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood, and contaminating the other soil. Fang Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunqing had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Fang Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunqing, and He Lulan worked together, and after several days, they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Fang Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Fang Yuan gave up the northern part of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan is grasping this opportunity, he is taking advantage of me. Sigh. Why would I drag little Aunt down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold. She returned to the stone nest and looked at the 3 majestic buildings below her. She suddenly realized. Compared to Fang Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength true martial physique, Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Fang Yuan is simply unfathomable, he is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Gu Immortal Cultivation is not about fighting and killing, management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am far behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning, her expression was firm as steel. Since young, I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal Gu master, I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself, I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Fang Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided, my first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent. She could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Fong Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way, she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine air sac goo. Because this way, she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Fong Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Dang Hun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Fong Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First, he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next, he started to arrange goo worms in the soil, forming a goo formation. Using the foundation of the goo formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Fong Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon chi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Fong Yuan chose jade beard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jade beard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade beard soil would form chi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jade beard soil was famous. Air bubble fish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubble fish were named Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Beard Lake by Fong Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jade Beard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. But after the swamp crab earthly calamity was over, in fact, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gained a large number of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as a few earth path Dao marks. With the increase of enslavement path Dao marks, the life forms in the Blessed Land would be easier to control and reproduce. Stone men, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, etc., they were all here. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's greatest advantage. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Every tribulation, the number of new Dao marks would be the most in the enslavement path. Other than enslavement path, there were also a few earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could make Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil more fertile, make the ground deeper, and absorb more earth energy to support Dang Hun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be observed by ordinary means. Instead, he fused it with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, making this small world more comprehensive and more outstanding. This was the embodiment of good fortune is accompanied by misfortune. Central Continent's world targeted Dang Hun Mountain and activated the Swamp Crab Earthly Calamity. But after passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had gains. The increase in Earth Path Dao marks caused the relationship between Dang Hun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land to become even closer. And this time, the earthly calamity was the Flower Sea of Blood Poison Apple. Fong Yuan guessed that Central Continent's world might be targeting his Blood Path Grandmaster attainment. After passing it, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained a large number of new Dao marks again. Among them, the number of Enslavement Path Dao marks was still the highest, magnifying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's original advantage. At the same time, there were many new Blood Path Dao marks. The appearance of Blood Path Dao marks no doubt improved Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Green Jade Crucian Carps turning into Blood Jade Crucian Carps was only one aspect of it. After Fong Yuan expended a lot of effort to get rid of the top layer of Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil, a large number of tender grass sprouts and small flower buds were already emerging from the exposed layer of soil. These wild grasses were called blood scythe grass. After they matured, they were curved like sickles, their backs were thick and the outside was as sharp as a blade. And these wild flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like the blades of axes, they were white in color, but they emitted a faint red light. Be it blood scythe grass or red axe flowers, they were both excellent goo refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal goo. The blood scythe grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, once they matured, they would have an astonishing amount of wealth. And this wealth was actually brought to Hu Immortal Blessed Land by this earthly calamity. Crane Gate's leader would also summon Fongjing from time to time, asking him if he had any difficulties in life, asking about his well-being, making Gyue Fongjing feel overwhelmed by the favor. What made Gyue Fongjing even happier was that the sect treated elders very well. It was dozens of times better than the disciples. Master Tenchiru saw this and vaguely understood their intentions. Earlier, the sect's higher-ups had purposely sacrificed Fongjing, using his life to increase the possibility of attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, they were trying to win him over, to restore Fongjing's loyalty to the sect. Fongjing was not Fong Yuan, he was too young and inexperienced, he did not sense this intention. In fact, he had never had any complaints towards Crane Gate. This way, after becoming an elder, he had a greater sense of belonging towards Crane Gate. Chapter 835. On this day, Fongjing finished listening to another elder's public lecture and was on his way back, but was stopped by a disciple called Shi Hong. Elder Fongjing. Shi Hong greeted first. Fongjing returned the greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. Because this elite disciple, Shi Hong, was older than Fongjing, and was a senior brother several generations above Fongjing. I would like to ask Elder Fongjing, among the 4 entrance questions of the Refinement Path Convention, one of them is to refine Earth Treasury Flower Goo. And to refine this goo, the third last step is to use upstream grass and Zen Lion Mane, as well as a goo refinement method. But I keep failing at this step, I don't know what the correct goo refinement method is. This. Fongjing was stunned, his tone hesitant. He cultivated enslavement path and controlled flying cranes, his battle strength could be said to be outstanding among mortal goo masters. But he had no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchu secretly transmitted the answer to him. Fangjing answered, "This Gu refinement method is called one after another hand. Its goal is to twist every upstream grass and every Zen lion mane together. To refine earth treasury flower Gu, you need to weave 100 grass hairs within 30 breaths of time. Once this time is exceeded, the Gu refinement flame will burn these grass and hairs. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, the Gu refinement will easily fail." Fangjing repeated Master Tenchu's words, becoming more and more composed as he spoke. After saying this, he continued to talk about how to practice the Gu refinement method, one after another hands. Shi Hong's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat startled as he quickly thanked, "Many thanks to Elder Fangjing for your guidance, I have benefited greatly. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Fangjing smiled. He had gotten a kick out of being a teacher. "No more. That's all. Disciple will take his leave." Shi Hong bowed and said goodbye. After the two separated, Fangjing walked for a while, but he suddenly slowed down. He frowned. "This Shi Hong doesn't seem like he's here to learn from me. It seems like he's here to make things difficult for me. Hee, you can see it now." "Not bad, not bad." Master Tenchu grinned. "Shifu," Fangjing cried out inwardly, "so you already knew." "Nonsense, your background is very easy to find out, your age is there, everyone knows that you have never cultivated refinement path. Yet, Shi Hong purposely came to ask such an obscure question. If you're not deliberately making things difficult for me, then what is it?" Master Tenchu paused and asked Fangjing, "Do you know why he made things difficult for you?" "Why?" Fangjing was baffled. Master Tenchu laughed heartily and explained, "It's because Shi Hong likes the female disciple, Yu. Yu is Elder Yen Tang's daughter. Elder Yen Tang was alone, he was ostracized in Crane Gate, he did not have a good time. He intends to betroth his daughter to you, to form a faction and form an alliance with the youngest elder in Immortal Crane sect's history. Otherwise, why would he keep inviting you for drinks? He even purposely arranged it. Let his daughter sit with you." "Ah!" Fangjing exclaimed as he came to a realization. Yu's beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind as she sat beside him. Sitting beside him, she passionately took food for him. She even repeatedly toasted Fangjing. After a few sips of wine, her face was flushed. She was beautiful. "You remember now, do you remember now?" "Ha ha ha. Silly boy." Master Tenchu was very happy to see Fangjing stunned on the spot. He had the spirit of gossiping. Regardless of gender, age, or life or death. Fangjing sighed helplessly, he shook his head and said in annoyance, "Scheming and benefits, I really don't like it." Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word, "Scram." His tone was calm, cold, and filled with ruthlessness. Everyone's expression changed, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to pester him? The young disciple also hurriedly retracted his gaze. Fang Yuan retracted his aura again, the surroundings were empty, there was no one within 3 steps. Floating astronomy. I have no such intentions, a mere 5 virtues sect cannot accommodate me. The elder was stunned, anger flashed on his face. He had come here with the sect leader's orders, to recruit Fang Yuan and invite him to become an external elder of the sect. In fact, Five Virtues sect was one of the registration points for the Refinement Path Convention. It was to recruit talents. Originally, Fang Yuan's cultivation level was rank 5, everyone in Five Virtues sect was paying close attention to him. The refinement path attainment he displayed earlier even shocked the sect leader of Five Virtues sect. How could he let go of such a talent? Thus, he ordered the elder to come forward and discuss. In the end, before this elder could state his intentions, he was rejected by Fang Yuan. This elder was very embarrassed after being rejected by Fang Yuan. What else do you want? Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple from anger. He snorted coldly, "Sir, you are actually looking down on my Five Virtues sect, aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel with me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger froze. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir, you think highly of yourself. I am sure you will be able to obtain first place in the Refinement Path Convention. My Five Virtues sect will wait and see. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan did not mind. He continued to move forward. Turning around a cliff, he saw Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the forest. It was emerald green and complemented the surrounding vegetation. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were countless tables and chairs in the hall. There were even elite disciples of Five Virtues sect waiting for him. Seeing Fang Yuan appear, one of the disciples quickly went to greet him. "Senior, may I know your name, which sect, and which Gu master path you cultivate?" Fang Yuan said solemnly, "My name is Fang Yuan, my sect is a secret, my main path is a secret." "Oh, alright, senior, please pay 100 yuan stone as the registration fee. This fee will be used for..." Before this disciple finished speaking, Fang Yuan threw the prepared yuan stone over. The disciple caught it in a fluster, saying politely, "Please take a seat." After a while, Fang Yuan obtained a token. Fang Yuan's name was written on the token. Behind the token was a row of small words. Sect is a secret, path is a secret, register at Five Virtues sect. At the end, there was still the registration time. "Senior, please keep this token well. If you lose it, please replace it as soon as possible, otherwise, you will not be able to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue up the mountain. There will be the first Gu refinement competition in Fire Virtue Hole. Only by passing this competition will you be qualified to participate in the second round." This disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left Wood Virtue Hole. At this point, the registration was over. Rank 4 Gu. It was a Gu that only the elders and clan elders of large forces, or even the leaders of small forces would have. To Fang Yuan, Green Shine Gu could be bought in the Jewel Yellow Skies group chat. Fang Yuan's level was too high. These rewards were not attractive to him at all. What made him interested was the challenge brought to him by the questions. The basic materials for Gu refinement have already been determined. They can be used for free. The Gu recipe for water light Gu is also given. You can look at it casually. But even if I use my full strength and use the water refinement method, I can only refine 250 at most. This result can only rank 3rd. But in Five Virtues sect, 3rd place has already been taken away. This kind of question was about first come first serve. Once the first 3 places were taken away, no matter how good the later participants were, it would be useless. That is to say, for Fang Yuan to get on the board, he had to get 2nd or 1st place. Actually, it is not impossible to get 1st place. First, I can add other precious materials to increase the production of Gu worms. Water light Gu is only a rank 1 Gu. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 Gu refinement materials, I can definitely increase the production. But I will have to pay for this myself. Secondly, I can modify the goo recipe. I have a wisdom path inheritance. If I modify this rank 1 goo recipe slightly, I can do it myself without wisdom goo. But wouldn't this not be a challenge? The fun would also be gone. Maybe I can challenge the water and fire refinement method. Water light goo is a water path goo. It is usually refined with water or ice. But if I do the opposite and use fire refinement, there might be a miraculous effect. Feng Yuan, you need to reconsider. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot restrain me. If we fall out, it will not benefit anyone. Mo Yao's fake will was locked in place and attacked by Feng Yuan's nebula, but it could still speak. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will flowed like water, suppressing Feng Yuan's nebula. It was about to turn back into human form. This showed that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's fake will had the upper hand. Its experience far surpassed Feng Yuan's. But Feng Yuan did not panic. With a shift of his thoughts, several goo worms flew out and formed into a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-pointed star drill, directly shattering Mo Yao's fake will. Feng Yuan's nebula took the chance to counterattack. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak anymore. It quickly fought and tried to maintain its position. But at this time, Feng Yuan's third killer move was used, forming a starlight whirlpool that hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will's control over the battle completely disappeared. It helplessly moved along with Feng Yuan's nebula, along with the starlight whirlpool. The two wills rapidly communicated. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments, but Feng Yuan's nebula learned about it. At the same time, Feng Yuan's nebula memories were also learned by Mo Yao's fake will. During the communication, Mo Yao screamed, "Feng Yuan, you are too stupid. Too arrogant. At most, we will go our separate ways." Saying so, Mo Yao's fake will rapidly decreased. It actually attempted suicide. It was trying to destroy itself. Feng Yuan chuckled. He had already calculated this move. With a thought, a starlight pillar descended from the sky, shining on the starlight whirlpool. In the whirlpool, Mo Yao's fake will took the initiative to commit suicide. The fake will continue to decrease. But under the starlight, the fake will continue to be produced. Even Feng Yuan's nebula took the initiative to transform into fake will. It actually replenished the past. Mo Yao's fake will could not grow. It maintained a certain size. It could not even commit suicide. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had admitted defeat and committed suicide before, I could only watch. I could not do anything. But now, if I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, you cannot die even if you want to. Obediently spit out everything you know. Feng Yuan laughed brightly. Mo Yao's fake will was like dead ashes. Feng Yuan actually grasped the method to subdue her so quickly. This was far out of her expectations. This way, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she no longer had any value. She was clear that she had no chance of surviving. Like what Feng Yuan said, if it were before, she would have committed suicide immediately. Feng Yuan would not have gotten anything. But in this world, as long as it existed, it had the instinct to survive. Even an ant wanted to live. As long as there was a trace of hope, even Mo Yao's will did not have the intention to commit suicide. Feng Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside for now. For the next period of time, he stayed in Immortal Blessed Land, waiting for the second round of the Goo refinement competition while using the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The vaguely familiar face he obtained from the Northern Plains auction was 50% complete. The 3-core immortal goo were not concealed. The problem was, these 3-core immortal goo were not owned by Fang Yuan, they were in the hands of others. Immortal goo were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate vaguely familiar face, he would need to change the core immortal goo to another immortal goo. It would be best if it was an immortal goo that he already had. This was very difficult, because it involved transformation path and wisdom path, and Fang Yuan's attainment level in these two aspects was not high. Floating astronomy. Chapter 838. Central Continent, East Coast. The waves surged endlessly. Frost energy spread everywhere, forming a white fog that shrouded the surrounding hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, landing on the east coast of Central Continent. This profound ice was huge. It was the size of a small island. The frost energy was oppressive. There were many ice path wild goo gathered on the ice, as well as 3 to 4 types of frost-type shrubs. After the profound ice was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. The goo masters living on the east coast guessed the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 main theories. The first was that the profound ice floated from the east. It was likely to originate from the ICC area of Eastern Sea. This sea area was cold all year round. The coldness was bone-chilling. Ice currents were like pythons, winding around the bottom of the sea. Once it got close to the water, it would turn into a huge ice block. The second theory was that it broke during the day and fell from the sky. At first, it should be larger, like a small continent. But in the process of falling, the friction created heat, it melted, and when it fell into the sea, the heat was extinguished, eventually turning into this profound ice island. The edges of this profound ice were smooth without any edges. It was like a melting candle. It was proof of this theory. This profound ice was on the beach, not moving. At first, it attracted many mortal goo masters who came to plunder. These goo masters who were in a favorable position had all made a windfall. The wild goo and frost-type shrubs on the profound ice were all plundered. In the next few years, many goo masters came to the profound ice island. They stayed and did not leave. So, although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt. The frost energy was everywhere. It was the best place for ice path goo masters to cultivate. Central Continent's east coast was warm all year round. It was like spring or summer. It was hard for ice path goo masters to cultivate. Thus, this profound ice island attracted many ice path goo masters and water path goo masters. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. As the number of people increased, the ice island size was limited. More and more outsiders came. To protect their own benefits, the goo masters on the ice island formed an alliance of their own accord. They enclosed the ice island and did not open it to outsiders. From this, they formed a force that was neither big nor small. After hundreds of years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance. This was because a few generations of ambitious leaders had emerged, and they gradually solidified and established sections. Then, it gradually developed and expanded, becoming a major force today. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there were few forces that could contend against it. The name of this sect was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the mystic ice island, which was the foundation of the sect, was a historical origin that floated here from the outside world. The second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be held in the Flying Frost Pavilion. With the token in hand, Fang Yuan arrived at the Flying Frost Pavilion. The test this time was to refine a rank 2 ghost fire goo. The rules had also been changed. Unlike the first question, which relied on quantity to win, this time was the standard. The requirement is for a goo master to refine 10 ghost fire goo at the same time. The shorter the time, the higher the result. A set of criteria was listed in the question. The person who took half an incense stick's time or less would get first place. First come, first served. Someone won first place, and then there would be others who won first place. He could only be ranked second. If there was someone in the second place, he could only be ranked third. Maybe because they were united, their prayers were effective. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan suddenly exploded. 10 ghost fire goo were about to form, but one of them turned into ashes, falling from the fire and becoming a pile of ashes on the ground. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined. Some outspoken righteous path goo masters even cheered. But when they thought of Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut their mouths, but their joyful expressions could not be concealed. And Han also showed slight joy on his face. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to Fang Yuan's previous progress, he was already at the final few steps of the refinement. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. Spectral soul incineration's effect was very obvious. If he skipped a few steps and succeeded, he would need less than 15 minutes. First place would be Fang Yuan's. Of course, Fang Yuan did not care about these rewards and rankings. But in Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he failed, he would lose a lot of face in front of his peers. Secondly, obtaining first place in the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely high honor for a Refinement Path Goo Master. The reward for first place also made Han extremely moved. Alright, this way, he will have to refine Goo again. Refining 9 Ghost Fire Goo, even if he is missing one, he will not pass. He can only start again and refine 10 at the same time, only then can he pass. And Han barely restrained his expression, but he was overjoyed inwardly. As expected, those who commit unrighteousness will bring about their own destruction. Even if he uses living souls to refine Goo, he will fail. He is the winner of 5 Virtues sect's first round, so be it. But in our Flying Frost sect, first place will definitely belong to Lord and Han. Unorthodox demonic path, failing in Goo refinement, this is truly satisfying. The spectators conversed secretly. Of course, there was a Goo formation that isolated sound. It would not disturb the Goo master refining the Goo. But just as everyone was rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hands suddenly split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. The big lump contained 9 ghost fire Goo embryonic forms. There was nothing in the small lump of ghost fire. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply and became serious. The explosion of that ghost fire Goo earlier was not his mistake, but the Goo refinement itself had a chance of failure. Although the failure rate of rank 2 Goo was not high, and Fang Yuan had already perfected it, there was nothing he could do about this probability. Right now, he was maintaining the large lump of ghost fire with one hand, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire, a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire suddenly burst into flames, emitting miserable cries. He actually used a human soul. In public, he even dared to burn a human soul. This. He, as expected of a demonic path rank 5 existence, he is so arrogant. Flying Frost sect's people had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was publicly burning human souls to refine Goo here. He was not putting Flying Frost sect in his eyes at all. But this was the Refinement Path Convention. No matter how unhappy Flying Frost sect was, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Goo. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and not let their sect continue to exist. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. His attention was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to throw in Goo refinement materials, controlling the ghost fire's size, strength, and weakness. At the crucial step, he threw a pill fire goo and a soul ball goo into the fire at lightning speed.